Welcome to the live broadcast of NMRA Ford Performance Nationals. We are live from Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk, Ohio. You're watching this broadcast on FloRacing.com. Today's live broadcast is brought to you by Comp Cams. For over 40 years, Comp Cams has brought you the parts to make big horsepower, both at the track and on the street. Comp Cams proudly offers a wide variety of camshafts and related valve train components. We offer a special thank you to our live stream sponsors for making this broadcast possible. Fuel Tech, victory speaks for itself. Edelbrock, charge forward. Walden High Performance, from the flight line to the starting line.
NMRA Ford Homecoming. So definitely looking forward to that. Make sure you follow us on Facebook and also go to the website, NMRAdigital.com. Again, that's NMRAdigital.com. You can check out all the information, results, stories. And all the great things that happen with the NMRA. Also, you can check out the points standings as well, as we are at the midway point of the 2023 season. And actually, this is race number 4, so I do need to correct myself. This is race number 4 on the tour, as next stop will be up there in Michigan. US 131 Motorsports Park, Torque Storm Supercharged NMRA. They're July 20 through 23rd. They're at US 131 Motorsports Park in Michigan. Of course, we'll end the season at Bowling Green, Kentucky, Beach Bend Raceway Park for the NMRA Ford World Finals in the Intergalactic Holly Ford Festival, September 28th through October the 1st. Again, go to NMRAdigital.com for all the information. Let's go and give you a quick look at the point standings as we sit right now. Let's go ahead and start with ARP Open Comp as Tom Hoffman, currently your points leader, not by much, only 120 points separate he and Terry Handel, as Charlie Atkinson sitting in thirds, Paul Svinicki in fourth, Dennis Korn fifth, Ray Williams Sr. 6th, Junior McKenzie is 7th, John Pickering Jr. 8th, Will McKay 9th, and David Woodside rounds out your top 10, but we still got a long way to go. So again, CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning should be coming in to the staging lights. So make sure you, like I say, sign up on the WhatsApp group. You get all the lane calls, like I've gotten all 3. For Open Comp, Super Stang, and Truck and Lightning. So like I said, NMRAdigital.com. Get all the point standings, all the classes throughout the series. As let's go ahead and real quick look at HP2 Super Stang. Kevin McKenna, currently your points leader, got a pretty nice point lead, almost 500 points back to Ray Williams Sr. Anthony Yeager in the 3 spot. Mike Morrison 4th. Former champ Marvin Knack is 5th. Dale Aldridge in 6th spot. Jerry Jones, Rodney Ward, Robert Markle, and Lloyd McCaskill rounding out your top 10 there in HP2 Super Stang. And then CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning, Johnny Wicker, your current points leader. Mike Robin in the 3rd spot, Bob Churin in 3rd, Bob Dill 4th, Todd Bowser in 5th, Danny Shield, Richard Parker, Fred Wade, Greg Collins, and James Steamer rounding out your top 10. I'll tell you what, weather, great weather here. You know, it's kind of nice to see the blue skies here. At least we kind of don't have that right now back in my home state of Maryland. Gavin's fault. Just saying. So again, like I said, make sure you get your radios tuned to 88.5 on your FM radio dial. So like I said, here the P simulcast will be live on FloRacing.com here in just a couple of minutes. So they're just finishing up on the track prep. Here it looks like we are just about ready to go racing here in the NMRA, the Mickey Thompson Tires NMRA Ford Homecoming. We are excited to be here, back here in Norwalk, Ohio. Again, again, you folks haven't been here before, one of the most immaculate sporting venues ever. I mean, drag strips, stadiums, what have you. They really put the Bader family and the staff really put a lot of pride into the facility here, and it definitely shows, and appreciate each and every one of them. Also to my buddy upstairs that's watching from above, Mr. Jim Weinert. We miss you, Jim. Let's go racing, shall we? ARP Open Copy, the first thing out, as starter Bob Ferry and John Clark, they're ready to send them on down. As why not have Mr. Dennis Korn over there on the Summit side of the racetrack and James Johnson Jr. on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. We are underway here at Norwalk. And this is just a time trial for these guys and gals, so you got to get those cars dialed in. They'll be qualifying later on this afternoon. It's Dennis Korn on the Summit side of the racetrack, that 88 Thunderbird. James Johnson Jr. out of Westland, Michigan, the 92 Ford Mustang 427 cubic inch machine. Got a small block tall deck there, and Andrea Johnson, the crew chief on this car. And they're pulling them into the pre-stage beams as Bob ready to line them up, send them on down, get time trials underway here at Norwalk. Dennis Korn right out of the box goes trip zip on the Christmas tree. Not many guys can do that, but top of the racetrack, 917, 146 to 950, 140. One of the things you'll see here at Norwalk is that the winning, the both mile an hours will be green, but the car that got to the finish line first, or the winner of the race, their ET will be in green, while the loser will be in red. But Dennis Korn out of the box goes trip zip as Greg Bagnall and Steve Sharp as Bagnall and Sharp head on down top, and Steve Sharp goes 10-11, 134 miles per hour to 1174, 112 miles per hour. It'll be just a moment as see John there taking a quick look at that left lane right there in the first 60 feet, and looks like we may be okay here. And see starter Bob coming out there. It's coming up in our next pair. Here's your points leader, Mr. Tom Hoffman. Holberg Racing Engines, electrician out of Dexter, Michigan in the 68 Mustang. As they're just checking that, leave the 60-foot sensor there real quick. Mike Winters out of Shelby Township, Michigan. Again, how about that? That's pretty cool. He's at a Ford race, and he's from Shelby. It just rolls off the tongue. As Mike Winters and Tom Hoffman wait patiently, you can see the officials. Just taking a look at get that sensor real quick, make sure everything's okay, ready to go. Looks like we'll be just fine. As We'll get ready to send him on down. As Bob says, okay, boys. So Mike Winter's got an 82 Mustang with a 347 in the hood of that car. Again, Tom Hoffman, the points leader. Rick Riccardi, his crew chief, 68 Mustang with a 427. Holberg Racing Engines machine. Current points leader here in ARP Open Comp on the Ohio Cats side of the quarter mile. They're pre-staged up. Tom's in, and look at Tom's roll deep. And Mike Winters is in. Flash yellow and green. 0:49 reaction time there for Tom. 0:51 for Mike Winters at the top end of the quarter mile. Tom Hoffman, 993 at 134 miles an hour to a 10:22 at 130 for Mike Winters. There you are. And Dana Tabay out of Marietta, Ohio. That's 65 Mustang with a Roush 347 in the hood of that car. Dennis Conway out of South Rockwood, Michigan. The 94 Cobra, the 410 cubic inch motor in the hood of this car. We're clean and green all around. The top of the racetrack, Conway, 1040 at 125 miles an hour to a 1068, 124 for Dana Tabay. As our next pair up will be Terry Hennel at Louisville, Kentucky, 95 Mustang GT and car 986. Don't have all the information entered in just yet. Some cars came in this morning. But we'll get more information in our timing scoring computer out the day as starter Bob, is he enforcing the courtesy stage there? There you go. And here we are. They're both pre-staged, about 7 inches to go for they're actually on the starting line. All right, now we're good to go. All right. 0:12 reaction time for Terry Hennel. That's why he's in the running for the ARP Open Comp World Championship. Top end quarter mile right hand side, the Ohio Cat side, 1029 at 130 miles an hour, 1140 at 117. There for Terry Hennel. As our next pair up, Cameron Bowles, the landscaper in Madisonville, Kentucky, and John Gamble Sr. .985, 133 to 1083 and 122 for John Gamble Sr. Cameron Bowles, good reaction time in getting there first. As our next pair coming on in, it's going to be the boogeyman, Kevin Sanders, Louisville, Kentucky, crew chief Keenan out there in the 87 Mustang, and Kurt Neighbor out of Macedonia, Ohio on the right-hand side. And Kevin Sanders having issues on the launch, 886, 150 miles an hour as the boogeyman. See the officials take a quick look far to the racetrack. I think we'll be just fine. As our next pair will be Bill Wittenauer, Crestwood, Kentucky, and fellow competitor Terry Hennel, that crew chief, and Ronnie Hayslip at Nolensville, Tennessee, 67 Mustang. Beautiful looking car. Glenn Bogle, crew chief on this car. 008 reacts time. Ronnie Hayslip, and Ronnie having problems. The car launched, and that's about all it did. As Wittenauer gets on down there to 1167, 114. Obvious problems there for Ronnie Hayslip. The only thing he'll probably want to remember about this run, he was 008 on the tree, and that was it. Only 1851 and 54 miles per hour. Probably that car definitely plenty quicker than that. As the officials make sure that Ronnie does get down the racetrack okay, and it looks like we'll be just fine to go. As Michael Charon left side, Hebron, Connecticut, 64 Fairlane, and Rich de Bonaventure on the right side, who crew chiefs not only his own car, but the one over there on the left-hand side. So two guys from Connecticut making a long drive here to Norwalk, Ohio. And Rich with the better of the two reaction times at the top end of the racetrack. 10:17, 1:15 for Rich, as Michael goes 11:06 at 1:05. As our next pair, Brent Blacker, Bridgeport, Ohio. The machinist there, 89 Mustang GT with a Roush 427 on the hood of this car. And car 9154, no information just yet, but we're getting there. And I'll tell you, right inside strikes the tires, jumps back in the throttle. At the top end of the racetrack, Brent Blacker, 985, 134 to a 1049 and 150. Would love to see what that right-hand side can do with a better launch off the starting line, hopefully next time around. As Kip Shanklin, left-hand side, 95 Mustang GT with a 363 on the hood of this car. And John Russell, Lebanon, Ohio, in the 70 Ford Maverick with a 324 on the hood of this car. And Andy Russell, the crew chief on this machine. Here in the time trial session of ARP Open Comp, here the NMRA and the Mickey Thompson Tires, NMRA Ford Homecoming here at Norwalk. As John Russell, a little late on the reaction time, but definitely getting on down through there. Top of the racetrack, 926 at 145 miles per hour, 1104 to 120. Go ahead and get XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the lanes, please. XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the lanes, please. Yes. All righty, folks. I just talked to Mr. Evan Bader up here in the race control. He definitely, on behalf of his father, Bill Jr., and all the staff here, again, they want to welcome you to Summit Motorsports Park for this weekend's events. A couple things. I want to remind you that you can download the Summit Motorsports Park app on your phone, and you can get your time slip right there on your phone. And also, the all time slips that you again are given out on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. So if you are pitted on the Summit side of the racetrack, you want your time slip, you will have to come over to the Ohio Cat side, get a time slip, or you can download for free on your Android or app or iPhone. I'm Team Android, by the way. You can get to see your times right there on the Summit Motorsports Park app. Also, folks, hopefully we won't have to use them this weekend, but down there at the front of the racetrack, they have on outside the wall, they have red lights down there, and when you see that, that means, well, they're there for a reason. That's a signal for you to pull over and stop as the officials do see something wrong with your race car. Hopefully we won't have to use them this weekend, but if you do see those lights, that means pull over and stop. As again, the officials, like I said, do see something wrong with your race car and are trying to get your attention. Also, the crosswalk here in the staging lanes, we ask that you please do not park any golf carts or any pit vehicles in that crosswalk, as we ask that has to be kept clear at all times. So we appreciate your cooperation with that. So again, the crosswalk there in the stage lanes, please do not park your golf carts or pit vehicles in that crosswalk area. And we thank you for your cooperation. We hope everybody has a good time this weekend. John M. Pickering and Junior McKenzie. Of course, John Pickering comes out with a 74 Mustang and a double in reaction time. 892 with the 4, 125 for Pickering Jr., 960 at 138 miles an hour. Still right here in ARP Open Comp. Again, you have everything. You got cars, you got trucks. You got a little everything here. So Elmer Long and Ray Williams Sr. Ray driving a truck here this weekend. Okay. We got you. 005 reacts time for Elmer out of Columbus. Heading on down. Top of the 1120, 118 miles per hour is Ray. He'll get there. Give him a minute. 1585 at 87 miles per hour. Looks like this will be the final pair of ARP Open Comp for this time trial. Then we need XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Stage lanes for a time trial, please. XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Stage lanes for a time trial, please. Top end 886 for Jason Deitch at 152 miles per hour. 1096 for Jeremy Massett out of Chicago, 121 miles per hour. That'll be it for ARP Open Comp this time trial. Got HP Tuner Super Stang. Coming next again, HP Tuner Super Stang. It's for 05 and newer Mustang, Dyron Index category. So our first pair out here this morning, Jen Fahey at Brooksville, Florida, and Chris Rush. They call him the Coyote Fury. At Decorah, Pennsylvania, the 2018 Mustang. Jesse Barber, the crew chief on this car. Of course, Dennis Fahey, the crew chief on Jen's car. Dennis, you have your ice cream yet? He said, I'm already working on cup number 2, dude. All right, here we go. Jen to the very reaction time. And out front, right there, the 330, Chris Rush trying to chase her down. Top end quarter mile, 11:31 to a quicker 11:27. So Jen Fahey, even though it's time trial, a little bit of a hole shot. First run out. As next pair, the multi-time world champion, the reigning world champ, Marvin Knack from Lexington, Illinois, and Robert Markle from West Virginia. So Marvin Knack left side, like I say, multi-time NMRA world champion in that Stifler's machine, 2011 Mustang, and Robert Markle. Right side, 2011 Mustang himself. And a red light start for Marvin Knack. And red lights are free today. 1257, 108 there for Marvin Knack as Robert goes 1358 at 107 miles per hour. As our next pair rolls on up, that's going to be Jerry Jones. No, not that Jerry Jones. The one from Valley, Alabama. The cool one. 2022 Mach 1 Mustang, Cynthia Jones, the crew chief, and card number 8. Over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And so we can get Ford Muscle to the lanes, please, for a time trial. Ford Muscle, staying lanes for a time trial. I believe that's going to be Mike Moisner over here on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. And Ford Muscle, need you now to the stage lanes, please, for your time trial. So Jerry Jones on the left, Mike Moisner on the right. As Jerry's going to roll in deep here. Okay. They're both going deep. There you go. Barry Exxon went to that convertible top. Mike Moisner. And top end of the racetrack. 1230 and 114 miles per hour for Jerry Jones. Moisner, 1430 at 98.48 miles per hour for Mike Moisner. As next pair up, Anthony Yeager out of Toledo. All right, red light start for the right-hand side. And Yeager, 127. So we have time trial. He's working on it a little bit. At the top end. 1094, 128 to 1150 at 119. We'll go ahead and let everybody know now that on Sunday morning, under the Don Garland's grandstands will be our NMRA chapel service with Chaplain Randy Farrell from Crossroads Ministries. And, of course, everyone is more than welcome to attend. That's on Sunday morning at 8 a.m. underneath the Don Garland's grandstands, our chapel service with Chaplain Randy Farrell. Crossroads Ministries, of course, everyone is more than welcome to attend, as Andy Ransford and Dale Aldridge. And Andy Ransford rolled through the beans, will not get a time, as Aldridge out of Georgia goes to 11:49 at 122 miles per hour, as Andy Ransford definitely having problems out there. And I believe that'll be it for HP2 to Super Stang. We're going to go to CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning coming up next. Again, you folks over there waiting in the holding lot, we do appreciate your patience as the officials make sure everything good to go. Meticulous process on the parking, and make sure everybody gets in, has a good time here this weekend. And let's go truck racing. As Gregory Collins out of Centerburg, Ohio, and the 91 Ford Ranger. And Johnny Wicker, the points leader, Johnny Lightning. Getting on down there, topping 862 at 150 miles an hour for Johnny. Gregory Collins, 1169 and 112. Get all-female True Street to the lanes, please. All-female True Street. Tremec all-female True Street. The lanes for a time trial, please. Tremec all-female True Street. Need you to the staging lanes for a time trial, please. As Amanda Sod and Brian Parker ready to go. Red light for Amanda. Brian Parker, Centerburg, Ohio. And 85 Ford Ranger Amanda, 10-12 at 129 miles per hour, 12:48 at 106.73 miles per hour. As our next pair comes up, Todd Bowser, right side of Sarasota, Florida, and Mike Robb out of Lockhart, Texas, in the 70 Ranchero. $11.39, $116, $11.91, $117. As our next pair, Bob Dill, Tim Jacobson. Bob Dill, the veteran out of Templeton, Pennsylvania, and Tim Jacobson from Michigan. His 99 Ford F-150. Bob Dill got that 2001 Lightning over there on the summit side of the racetrack. There goes Bob. Picked up those front wheels a little bit, and he is gone. At the quarter mile, 894 to 150 miles per hour to a 1288 at 104.62 for Tim Jacobson. And that'll be it for CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning for this time trial. We go to XCity Racing Clutch Modular Muscle real quick. XCity Racing Clutch Modular Muscle is an NX category designed for Fords, which are powered by modular motors. The vehicle can be any Ford vehicle as long as it is not a dragster or roadster, and has a 4.6 liter Coyote, 5.4 liter V8 or 6.0 liter V10 between the frame rails. Qualifying established the vehicle's index and elimination subtracted a tenth of a second off their quickest qualifying pass, and the qualifying order is based off of reaction time. So Scott Lavelle out of St. John, Indiana, and Logan Day from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Red light star both sides of the racetrack. So 10:30 to 10:85 is Chris Hammond and the legend, Charlie McCullough from Kennesaw, Georgia. Is ready to go here in XCity Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Again, Tremec all-female True Street. So coming to the lanes. How about Charlie McCullough goes trip zip on the reaction time? $9.99 with a 5, 136, 1270, 102. $10.95, 128, 11, 10, 123. As Lee Blankenship with Jamie Flora went on down, Adam Cox over on the left-hand side, Fisherville, Kentucky. So he says he's buying me lunch today. Okay. But the catch is I gotta share with Miss Carrie, Gavin, and Wade over there. I gotta share. So okay, that's fair. There goes Adam. Pretty good reaction time. At the top of the racetrack, 10:01 at 134 miles an hour for Adam Cox as our next pair. Peter Blosser from St. Charles, Missouri, the 90 Mustang LX. Valerie doing the tuning on this car. And Damian Lutz out of Vermillion, Ohio, the 96 Mustang GT. Here in the first time trial for Actually Racing Clutch Modular Muscle here on this Friday morning, as looks like we got a couple vehicles need moved. There's a black Chevy Silverado Ohio plate PKQ 4442. You're in the Shotwell pit area. It needs to be moved immediately. Get a black Chevrolet Silverado Ohio plate PKQ 4442. If that is your truck, we need you to please move it immediately. You are actually in a racer's pit, or we will move it for you. One more time, a black Chevrolet Silverado with Ohio plate PKQ 4442. If that's your truck, we need you to please move it immediately, or we will move it for you. As James Meredith out of Carrollton, Georgia. When did he move from Texas? Longtime Texas native, now calls Carrollton, Georgia home. Top of the racetrack there for Meredith, 994, 135. His adversary goes 12-11 at 110 miles per hour. As our next pair are going to do their burnouts, Chris Graff and Gary Parker. It says Gary's a retired astronaut, but yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Chris Graff, Columbia, Missouri. Believe he might be neighbors with Cousin Carl. And if Cousin Carl doesn't have familiar to you, Carl Edwards. As we're ready to again, continuing on here at Actually Racing Clutch. Modular Muscle again. Tremec All-Female True Street. You have been called Tremec All-Female True Street. Has been called as Gary Parker, Hollywood. Very nice 033 reaction time, and he is gone. Top end 988 at 137 miles per hour for Parker. Chris Graff 1215 at 113.80 miles per hour. As our next pair will be Matt Hargett out of Flat Rock, Michigan, and Mike Reed from Peoria, Illinois, retired out of the United States Navy. And on behalf of Summit Motorsports Park and the pro media, I want to thank all of our men and women of our armed forces, our first responders. Thank you very much for your service. We definitely greatly appreciate it. As Hargett and Reed heading on down. Two good solid reaction times opened up here this morning for these two. At the top end, Matt 11:10, 121. Mike Reed goes 11:44 at 122. As Susan Roush McClanahan, the left-hand side, the multi-time NMRA world champion at Livonia, Michigan. And if her middle name sounds familiar to you, yes, that is Jack Roush's daughter, the NASCAR Hall of Famer Jack Roush, co-owner of Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. But I'm sure Dad's keeping up with things here going on out there in Sonoma. Well, he's out there in Sonoma, just like Susan's doing the same here. 002 reaction time there for Susan. She goes 934 to 146 miles per hour. That's going to be a cool job to have. You're a museum curator for your dad's museum. That's going to be a pretty cool job. As that'll be it for Actually Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. We're now go into Ford Muscle. Lloyd McKeska and Bill Wurtzel. So Ford Muscle here. One of those popular categories in NMRA's lineup is Ford Muscle, and in a style category that requires racers to select an index between 950 and 1550 with half-second increments. The index is declared prior to the qualifying rounds, and Ford Muscle is a foot brake only class that is open to all Ford production vehicles. It's an all-run field with 5/10 full tree and a handicap start. All racers qualify based on who can run closest to their index, and an NHRA sportsman-style ladder is used for eliminations. Red light start for Bill Wurtzel out of Union, Missouri. Lloyd McKeska from Texas. The top end 1188 at 113.90 miles per hour as Joe Cram doing the crew chief duties on this car. As here is our next pair coming up. Danny Toe, the Harlan Sharp machine, the multi-time NMRA world champion from Westminster, South Carolina. Get the big number one on the side of this car. That's 70 Mustang with a 351 motor. No information on the right-hand side just yet. There goes Danny. And top end of the quarter mile, 1174, 114 to a 1330, 89 miles per hour. Again, folks, as we said, if you haven't been here to Norwalk in a while, again, look down the scoreboard. You see the ET of the car getting to the finish line first. When eliminates the winning car will remain green, like the mile per hour does, or their index on the scoreboards now. The losing car, their ET will be in red. As Bob Cosby and Connor Fahey. Bob, welcome back. It's been a little bit. It's Bob Cosby from Sherman, Texas. Connor Fahey, Brooksville, Florida. There goes Bob. Top end of the quarter mile, 979 and 135 miles per hour for Bob Cosby. As Connor Fahey goes 1195 and 116. As Cindy Hall from Delaware, Florida, that beautiful looking 1963 Falcon, and John Butsko, Pataskala, Ohio. A couple years ago, I actually took a 5-minute class on how to correctly say Pataskala, Ohio. 1231 and 106 miles per hour, 1296, 102 for Cindy Hall. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that there are a lot of moving parts and pieces here at Summit Motorsports Parks. Wherever you're traveling out there, please be very cautious on where you're driving. Make sure you watch your speed, as there are a lot of folks walking around out there, a lot of pit vehicles around, and definitely the kids that are here, so we definitely don't want anything to happen out there in the pit area. So please be very cautious when you're moving throughout the property. Here, just make sure you watch your speed throughout the pit area. Now, on the racetrack, go as quick as you want. Fast you want there, but throughout the pit area, please be very mindful of all the folks moving around out there. Again, we thank you for your cooperation. As Kevin Sanders goes 12:55 in Gary Bates 10:97. As Chad Neuenschwander left side out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. As again, Trevor Female Church Street should be in the lanes. Here you go, red light start for Chad. Top at 1193, 115 miles per hour. I believe that'll be it for the Ford Muscle. We'll go to Tremec All-Female True Street. Again, a all-ladies category. Here in the NMRA. Now, one thing here about the true street categories, they later on this weekend they'll have to go and cruise, just prove their actual street cars. As there they go. You have Mustangs, you got Ford Focuses, you got trucks, you got everything here. But the one common denominator, they're all 80s. There they go. And we got top end of the racetrack. 1471, 98 miles per hour to a 1554 at 94.71. As our next pair rolls up, Kelly Bartlett from Barrio, Ohio, and the 1983 Mercury Capri, and Stacy Jelenic from Richmond, Illinois. On the Summit side of the racetrack, 2011 Mustang GT 5.0. As against NMRA starter Bob Ferry pointing them in. So you have the Biggie Thompson Tires, NMRA Ford Homecoming. Here at America's Racetrack, Summit Race Equipment Motorsports Park. Again, beautiful, beautiful day here in Norwalk. Top end 1034, 126 miles per hour there for Kelly. 12-12, 112 for Stacy Jelenic. As our next pair comes up, Danielle McGraw out of Bolt, West Virginia. 19 Mustang Andrea Woolard out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. I cannot read her job description, but okay. Top end 1656 for Kimberly Walter out of Ohio. And I tell you what, folks, absolutely great to be here. And for you folks watching on FloRacing.com, FloRacing app, appreciate you inviting us into your homes, wherever you may be watching today. We got a lot of great things here. So if you're watching from home and you're, within reasonable drive of Norwalk, or even if you love Forces, come on down and join us. We got something for everybody. Here at the NMRA Ford Homecoming, brought to you by good folks at Biggie Thompson Tires and Wheels. As Melanie Blacker, Bridgeport, Ohio, apparently is a chemist. Because 1346 to 1372. And here's Michelle Schwemley out of Bloomvine, Ohio. No information on the right-hand side just yet, but we're getting there. I'd like to appreciate all you folks coming out here and then right in the middle of Tremec, all-female True Street. So the convertible top Mustang over the right-hand side, taking on the 65 Mustang with a 416 cubic inch motor there for Michelle. As there goes Michelle. I start getting red, not count. At least not yet. 1261, 86 miles per hour there for Michelle. Right-hand side of the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack, 1415 and 98.36 miles per hour. As our well, we still may have a couple, another car or two back there. As I tell you what, make sure you, like I said, 88.5 FM radio dial carries the PA simulcast of the action this weekend. Got our radio cars coming up here in just a little bit. All right, let's go get VP Racing Renegade to the lanes, please, for time trial. VP Racing Renegade to the stage lanes for time trial, please. VP Racing Renegade for your time trial. First time trial stage lanes, please. It's got 133 coming up here. Build another boost. There you go. And getting out of the throttle.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve-train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve-train part worthy of the winner's circle.
It's all about feel. And this car, I love this car, but not when it hesitates. So I was looking for better performance. That's why I went with an Edelbrock AVS2 carburetor. No hesitation. The Edelbrock warranty. Great throttle response. Now when I punch it, it moves. Edelbrock, charge forward.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, track prep is continuing out there on the racetrack as we're getting ready for our radial cars coming up again. VP Racing, Renegade, and whatever it takes, transmission parts, limited street, they are coming out next. Hopefully some of the cars and stars of the NMRA. You know, the good folks at AJE Suspension has been an industry leader in aftermarket racing and modification suspensions for over 20 years. AJE's products are engineered to exceed the highest standards with proper fit to ensure your race or street car performs the way it should. From K members and suspension components to complete kits, AJE has you covered. Be sure to visit AJE Suspension on the Midway today. Also good folks, Bear Brake Systems is a leader in performance braking for your muscle car, hot rod, or truck, from road race to drag race and even autocross. Bear Brake Systems has the products you need for high-performance stopping technology. From pads to rotors and complete systems, Bear Brakes has what you need. Find out why NMRA and Hot Rod Drag Week star Mike Devanis relies on Bear Brakes for his stopping needs. For more information, visit them on the Manufacturers Midway here this weekend. All right, so once again, folks, also, like I said, Bigfoot, the original monster truck. It was based off of a 1974 Ford F-250. Be out there this weekend and started the whole monster truck craze. So you see the original Bigfoot and the Stadium Bigfoot, the competition truck, in the Anderson Composites Ford Off-Road Alley here this weekend. And on Saturday, watch Bigfoot do what it's done for the last 49 years. Crush cars on Saturday. So get your pictures today with the original Bigfoot, and today and tomorrow, and watch it on Saturday. The Stadium truck going to crush some cars out there in the Anderson Composites Ford Off-Road Alley. Also, the good folks at BME Photography, Brian's Photography, the official photographers this weekend. They do it all from 8x10, 24x36 posters. Brian's Photography can even get a 8x10 photo plaque for you. I tell you, they do absolutely great stuff. So make sure you get photos of your car leaving the starting line or anything like that. Brian, get your photos and such from Brian Epps Photography. Calamar's Transmission. Stop by and see the guys from Calamar's Transmissions on the Midway this weekend. They're the home of the world's strongest MT82 manual transmission for 2011 and up Mustang owners. Their transmissions range from a smoother, upgraded stock horsepower transmission built up to a crazy 2,000 horsepower capable manual transmission. They also build and upgrade any modern American muscle car transmission to your needs and specifications. Also, the good folks at Circle D Specialties on the Midway this weekend to see why their torque converters provide maximum performance from our Ford HP Series to the GM Pro Series. They have the torque converter you need. Stop and speak with one of the Circle D team specialists and see how they can help you with the right application for your torque converter. Also good, folks, at Classic Street Signs is here this weekend. We have neon clocks, neon signs, plus hundreds of steel signs to choose from including garage name signs, parking signs, and street signs. We also have hundreds of tin signs to choose from to customize your neon clock. So stop on by today and see the good folks at Classic Street Signs. The NMRA Group, the first name in performance, is on the Midway this weekend with a fabulous display. Their brands include Cop Cams, Fast, TCI, and Russell. Check out Edelbrock for the best in intake manifolds, cylinder heads, carburetors, superchargers, and more. Find out why their line of E4 superchargers are some of the best-selling products on the performance market. That's Edelbrock. Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race to the lanes, please. Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race to the lanes, please. Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race to the lanes, please, for your time trial. So once again, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. To the state lanes for a time trial, please. Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. For a time trial, to stage lanes, please. Again, like I said, remind everybody that please be very mindful of traveling throughout the property here, as we definitely want to make sure everybody has a good time here, but we want to be safe about it as well. So please just watch your speed out there, and like I said, a lot of folks moving parts here this weekend. Also, hopefully we won't need them this weekend, but for those of you folks who have never raced here before or never been here before, one of the unique features they have here at Summit Motorsports Park, there's a set of lights on each side of the racetrack that can be activated from either up here in the tower or down there on the start line. So racers, if you see those red lights flashing at you, that means that the officials have noticed something is wrong with your race car, and they're getting your attention, need you to stop out there. So hopefully we won't need them. But if we do, the officials, like I said, they can activate it. There they are right there. A little demo for you. So racers, if you see those lights flashing at you, that means they're trying to get you to stop, just like at a red light on the highway. So like I said, hopefully that will be the only time we see them this weekend. But if we do need them, that is where they come into play. Also, the crosswalk here in the staging lanes, we ask to please not park any golf carts or pit vehicles in that crosswalk area. And we thank you for cooperation. Hope everybody has a good time here at Summit Motorsports Park, America's racetrack. Alrighty, let's go Renegade, shall we? Yeah, buddy. Alrighty, here we go. It's VP Racing Renegade. Terry Wilson, the points leader. Pittsburgh, Indiana. And Robert Cook on the right-hand side. 90 Mustang on the right side. 95 Mustang on the left. As the cheese man, Jason Waterman, the crew chief, on the Terry Wilson car. Again, he currently leading the points here in VP Racing Renegade. Definitely looking forward to a grid weekend, as right now, Bob Cook sitting down in the 9th spot. Martin Connolly and second. Becky Cram rounds out your top 3. So again, this is the 8th mile category. Here it is not qualifying, just a time run for these guys and gals. So Terry Wilson trying to see if he can start to try to nail down that championship. Out of this weekend, only 2 races remain. Martin, Michigan, and then Bowling Green, Kentucky. The remaining 2 races after this weekend. So Terry Wilson left side, Bob Cook on the right. There they go, running to the 8th of the mile, top of the racetrack. How about a 4:62, 154 for Terry Wilson, 4:80, 152 for Bob Cook. So 2 good solid laps to open it up here in VP Renegade here in their time trial session. As Martin Connolly gets it in second in the points. Saylorville, Kentucky drives the big brown truck in the wheel. Jimmy Dahl at Lindenhurst, Illinois. Truck technician at 91 Mustang LX on the right-hand side, completing his burnout. Martin Connolly, 580 cubic inches, sitting in front of him. Yes, here we go. Again, this is just time trial for these guys. Going to get these cars dialed in for qualifying later on this afternoon here at the Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming. As the crew over there for Mark Conley making the final adjustments there, as looks about Jimmy Dahl ready to go. Right inside, talking to Martin on the radio, and they'll shut the door. Looks like they'll be good to go. Two good laps earlier, 52 and a 60. Here, open it up. We'll see what we can get here. Again, this is very similar to conditions they'll maybe have during eliminations, perhaps. But here we go, building on the boost. Martin Conley left side, Jimmy Dahl on the right side. And they're set. Here we go, 119 short there for Jimmy, top in 8th mile. Martin out of it, 493, 124 to a 486, 149. You can see the mile per hour definitely off by about 25 plus mile an hour for Martin Conley. Shut it off. As I need to the lanes, please. Richmond Gear, factory stock. Time trial, please. Richmond Gear, factory stock. To lanes for time trial, please. Again, Richmond Gear, factory stock. To the stage lanes, please, for a time trial. Let's go Chad Wendell and Shelby Wendell. Okay. Chad Wendell, Portland, Indiana. They call him the boss. Shelby Wendell on the right side. So Cole Wendell, crew chief on both cars. Of course, Chad making tuning calls himself. This should be interesting. Shelby on the right side. Again, also out of Portland, Indiana. 07 Mustang GT. Chad got the 86 Mustang. Where Chad drove that the car Shelby's driving for a while. Now he's going to the old school route. Again, Richmond Gear factory stock. You have been called. Richmond Gear factory stock. You have been called to the staging lanes for a time trial. But here we are. Chad on the left, Shelby on the right. And Shelby had to pedal it a couple times with Chad Wendell, 521 and 147 miles per hour, 557, 123. Pulling the parachute down there, both of them looks like. As we'll get ready to go to our next pair. And this will be the last pair of VP Racing Renegade here in the water box. Keith Siborowski and Bob Zelenik. There's Keith completing the burnout in New Baden, Illinois. And Bob Zelenik from Uniontown, Pennsylvania. The final pair of VP Renegade. All righty, so Bob Zelenik, right side, 93 Mustang 351 under the hood of this car, and Keith Siborowski, 302 under the hood. Again, this will be the last pair of VP Renegade. Then we got Whatever It Takes, Transmissions, Parts, Limited Street. Coming up next, over the last year and a half, that category has been the Samantha Moore Show. Championships, records. The dominant car over the last year and a half or so. And, of course, Samantha Moore won here last year. There they go. There goes Bob Zelenik, top of the racetrack. Bob clicked it off, 494, 110, as Keith Siborowski having problems. And he will roll through the 8th mile finish line at 11:36 at only 54 miles per hour. But again, just testing and tuning here, as we're now going to go to Whatever It Takes, Transmission Parts, Limited Street, and here is the lady we've been talking about, the defending world champ, the points leader, Samantha Moore, Brighton, Michigan, tunes her own race car. Larry Starrott's right side, Dayton, Ohio. As not seen Larry pull out of the burnout box just yet. As again, Samantha Moore currently owns the ET record. Had it last year, won the championship. And actually, Samantha runnered-up in the finals at the World Cup finals out there in Maryland back in the fall last year. Actually lost that one on a hole shot to David Barone. That was an all-Ford final, if I remember correctly. As, again, the world champ, Samantha Moore on the left side, Larry Starrett on the right side. And Samantha a little off in the reaction time, and here she comes, and there she goes. Top end quarter mile for the world champ, 7:91.172 for Samantha Moore. Coyote stock to the lanes, please. Coyote stock to the lanes, please. Coyote stock. Need you to the lanes, please. All right, there's a red Ford F-150 Ohio plate, JMP 5093. Got a trailer on the back. You're parked where you're not supposed to be. We need you to please move it immediately again. As we have Stacy Roby striking the tires. Pedaled it, jumps back in it. And Stacy Roby in the top end going to click it off, 893, 143. Again, a red Ford F-150 with a trailer on the back of it. So you got an NMRA license plate bracket, so we do appreciate that. Got a red Ford F-150 with a trailer on the back of it. Ohio plate, JMP 5093. If that's yours, we need you to please move it immediately. On the 860 street race brought to you by Suncoast Performance. It's 64 to 943. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Saline is here in the house doing autographs here. Over there in the Saline Reunion area. And also, ladies and gentlemen, tonight from 5 to 7, the NMRA pre-party located at Manufacturers Midway. Following that is the Epic Sticker Dude reunion party from 7 to 10. And, of course, everyone is invited to come out and join us. I'd like to get an autograph right now from Steve Saline. And I gotta get an autograph from Steve Saline. 886-4 for Kyle Zaborowski, Greg Phillips. It was 861-1 here in the Suncoast Performance 860 street race. But again, Steve Saline right now. He's here right now over there in the the Saline rig and the Saline reunion area. That's over on the summit side of the racetrack. He's signing autographs right now. And also tonight from 5 to 7, here from 5 p.m. to 7, the NMRA pre-party. Look in the big white tent here, the manufacturer's midway. And then right after that, the Sticker Dude reunion party from 7 to 10. All series racers, crew members, families, you're all invited. So come on out and join us. We're going to have a great time this weekend here at the Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming here at America's Racetrack, Summit Race Equipment Motorsports Park. Gonna have a great time here, and I tell you what, thank you to the folks there at the Pro Media offices back here in California who helped put this all together, along with Summit Motorsports Park. Letitia Hughes and Christina. There goes Letitia. Smiths Grove, Kentucky. Top end of the race, 867 for Letitia. Christino, 893 and 160. In time trial session, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. And see Star Bob holding them up there for just a moment as the NMRA safety crew taking a quick look at that racetrack at the far end. So Terry Beefcake Reeves at Bethel, Ohio. So here we go. And top end of the racetrack, 840, 170 for Beefcake, 1052, 124. So car 4173 on the left side, and Casey Flora at Bowling Green, Kentucky on the right side. 2016 Mustang here in Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race, their time trial. Here they go. And top end of the quarter mile for 860. There you go. Dead on with a 5 for Casey Flora at 141 miles an hour. 863, 162 for the left side. The Cobra Jet Showdown to the lanes, please. Cobra Jet Showdown. Time trial lanes, please. Cobra Jet Showdown. Stage lanes, please. At 13, 17, 86 miles per hour. Chad Smith having problems there. But again, let's go get the Cobra Jet Showdown. The lanes, please. There we go, 4387. Striking tires just a little bit. And clicks it off just about the 1,000 foot. 1030 with a 0, 108 miles per hour. Okay, the Cobra Jet Showdown. Need you now, please. Cobra Jet Showdown to the staging lanes, please. Big welcome to all the Cobra Jet owners competing racing this weekend, the 55th annual TaskaParts.com Cobra Jet Reunion Drag Race Car Show. Again, the Cobra Jet Showdown here as Lots of great moving parts happening here this weekend. And also correction, the Steve Saline autograph will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Do need to correct that. The Steve Saline autograph session will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. In the Saline, over there it is in the Saline reunion area. As Tom Mueller and Damian Stevens here in Richmond Gear Factory stock. Top end of the racetrack. 10:28, 1:30 for Damian Stevens at Castor Center, Ontario, Canada. Tom Mueller from Mainville, Ohio. 10:74 and 1:28 here in Richmond Gear Factory stock. Chris Neibauer at Girard, Pennsylvania, left side. Had to pedal a little bit. I'll tell you what, folks, we got the reunion racers here, racers that have competed in the NMRA since day one are here this weekend. A lot of making the trip out. A lot of big names. Like Susan Rouse McClain, she's here at each and every race. I believe Manny Virginia, the former world champion, going to be here this weekend. A lot of big names that competed in the NMRA since 1999. Be here this weekend. The NMRA reunion. They call it the Ford Homecoming. Brought to you by the good folks at Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. And so next car out, Mike Bone, the multi-time world champ. Matthew Williams out of Colts Neck, New Jersey. Mike Bone, that's beautiful looking 71 Ford Maverick. Puts him up, sets him down. Not too often Mike Bone gets beat off reaction time, but Matt Williams did it by 0.8 of a second and got there first. 10:28 to a quicker 10:25. As Scott Grove and Gary Windsor from Pasadena, Maryland, up around the Baltimore area. That makes at least two of us here from Maryland. So Scott Grove, Gary Windsor, Gary 1091, 120 miles per hour, 1143 and 122.12 miles per hour. Still getting all the data entered into the timing and scoring computer up here in race control. And of course here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park here in Norwalk, Ohio. Top end quarter mile, 10:38, 129 to 11:40 at 115 miles per hour. And I believe that'll be it for now. That will conclude Richmond Gear factory stop. We actually may have one more car back there. Rangers, like I said, make sure you got your sign up for the WhatsApp notifications. So as soon as they make a lane call, a few seconds before you get it right there on your phone. You're signed up for that. Also 88.5 on your FM radio dial. Here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Again, 8 o'clock Sunday morning, they'll have the NMRA chapel service with Chaplain Randy Farrell from Crossroads Ministries and underneath of the Don Garlett's grandstand. And, of course, everyone is more than welcome to attend. And like I said, we're going to party tonight. Got the NMRA pre-party from 5 to 7, the big white tent out here in the Manufacturers Midway. And then the Sticker Dude party from 7 to 10. So we got a lot of stuff going on here this afternoon, this evening, and tonight. So, again, all you folks can come out and join us. The NMRA pre-party, the Sticker Dude party. Come out and join us. Everybody's welcome. Even LeBron James is welcome. But he's probably out in L.A., so. Chris Lee, 1056, 126, 59 for the right side. All right, attention to the pits drivers. Listen to me very carefully. I need GT 500 Unlimited only. To the stage lanes, please. GT 500 Unlimited only. To the stage lanes, please. GT 500 Unlimited only. To the stage lanes at this time, please. Again, GT 500 Unlimited only. Stage lanes, please. Alrighty, so again, a little touch up to the racing surface. And then we got Coyote stock. GT 500 Unlimited only. To the lanes, please. GT 500 Unlimited only. Alrighty, so alrighty, so getting ready to go into Coyote stock here. Just a little bit. Finishing up on the track prep, and we will get after it here at Summit Motorsports Park. Alrighty, so, and it looks like one of our Summit Motorsports Park officials has made a new friend. The dog. Alrighty, so again, folks, like we said, make sure that, get signed up for the WhatsApp notifications, 88.5 or your FM radio dial. And we're going to have some fun here. Lots of great things happening here at Summit Motorsports Park this weekend. Steve Saline will be here actually at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So again, we do want to correct that. I did originally say it was 11, but it's actually 2 o'clock this afternoon. Steve Saline will be here. And, of course, we got the, like I said, the NMRA pre-party tonight from 5 to 7, and the Sticker Dude party from 7 to 10. So definitely looking forward to having some fun with all the folks here. And like we said, folks, we remind you to the crosswalk there in the staging lanes. Like I said, please don't park any vehicles, pit vehicles or whatnot in that crosswalk and the staging lanes as we keep that clear for our spectators and families and such to get from one side to the other, efficiently. So it looks like we're just about complete on the track prep, and actually we are complete on the track prep, so let's go. Coyote stock. Greg Creamer, Floyd's Knob, Indiana. Part of the first pair out. Here on this still Friday afternoon, at least or morning for the next 20 some odd minutes. And Randy Soper over on the left side of the racetrack. And I tell you, folks, looking forward to seeing a lot of racers, some who haven't been with us in a while, come back to the reunions. Some racers have been pretty much to, I wouldn't mind seeing a list of racers who have been to every NMRA event since '99. I'm sure there's a handful of you. So here we go. Randy Soper left side, Greg Creamer on the right. First pair out here in Coyote stock. First time trial. There they go. 5,000 separation on the reaction time at the top end of the racetrack. 990, 131 for Randy. 992, 134 for Greg Creamer. As next pair up will be Jacob Lamb, who's been the former world champion at this a long, long time out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, and Aaron Worstel out of Buford, Missouri. It says his full-time job is a certified cool dude. Okay. I'm good with that. Big wheel stand there for both of them, especially Aaron. Get over towards the wall, but brings it back in the middle of the groove. Top of the racetrack, Jacob Lamb, 984, 134 to 1114, 101. See one of our officials just checking the racetrack where he came down right there. But man, that was one nice wheel stand. And Holloway, you get a picture of that? Put it on the bumper. There you go. And looks like we may be okay. The officials again just checking the spot where he came down on the racetrack, make sure everything's a-okay there. As our next pair, the Rockstar, John Leslie Jr., the Rockstar, DeMont, Indiana, and Tim Donovan out of Zionsville, Indiana, that Fairmont. Our next pair will be just a moment or so before we are ready to resume. So waiting to get the A-OK before we resume here from our officials there, Thomas and John, and it looks like we'll be okay. All right, let's go, guys. John Leslie Jr., Tim Donovan. And also, just a reminder, folks, that all paper time slips will be distributed on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. And all time slips will be distributed from the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. However, you can take your phone, iPhone, Android, smartphone, and download for free the Summit Motorsports Park app. You fans can download as well, and you can get your time slips right there on your phone. And it's, like I say, it's free, by the way. So, John Leslie and Tim Donovan. Very exciting. Going to go to Tim, that Fairmont top end of the racetrack. 996.4, 133 to a 996.8, 134. There you go. So our next pair up, Chad Stevens, former winner here at Summit Motorsports Park from Castor Center, Ontario, Canada, and Vincent Dastra from Amberg, Pennsylvania. Now watch this Thunderbird over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. I tell you, if Chad Stevens gets a hold of this racetrack, that is one fast car. He's been known to put it on the bumper or a time or two. Not this time, but a little wheel stand. Vince Dastra does the same thing. Here comes Chad Stevens, trying to chase him down. He could top end, not quite. 981.4 to a quicker 981.3. So good solid runs for both drivers as our next pair. Sean Olson from Vienna, Ohio. Then Mustang Coupe, 66 Mustang Coupe, and Jason Dietz from Jason Dietz Trailer Sales, Edgerton, Ohio, that 2000 Mustang. Let's go get GT 500 Street to the lanes, please. GT 500 Street to the lanes, please. GT 500 Street. Need you. Stage lanes, please. There goes Jason. Sean trying to chase him, but not quite going to happen. Jason 10:05, 135 to a quicker 10:03 at 133 miles an hour. Move right along here in the first time trial session as Trip Carter, Russell and Rossville, Tennessee, and Shifton Shane Stymus, multi-time world champion, and Trip Carter owns I believe a chicken restaurant there in Rossville, Tennessee. And Shifton Shane having problems getting going. Trip Carter says bye-bye, see ya. And Trip Carter at the top of the racetrack, 985 at 135 miles an hour. Shifting Shane. Obviously not the run he was looking for. Goes 1758 at 64 miles per hour. As we'll go to our next car here of Ed Bennett. The Stifler's Machine, Carlton, Michigan. On the right side. There you go, there's Ed Bennett. Top end of the racetrack. 977, 136 for Ed Bennett. There you go. Good solid run there for Ed. as Claire Stewart, Milford, Michigan. Because the front wheel setting them down. Top of the racetrack, 980 and 139 miles an hour. All righty, here we go. We got our GT 500 Unlimiteds. Or got the Cobra Jet Showdown here. Steve Trombley out of Michigan and Robin Lawrence on the right side. This is your Cobra Jet Showdown. Well, we got the 302 under the hood of these cars. And when Robin's in. All right. Look at that wheel stand. Robin Lawrence right hand side. Trombley goes 008 on the Christmas tree. Top of the racetrack, Trombley 895, 148, 965 at 138 miles an hour for Robin Lawrence. As next up, Rich de Bonaventura and that 69 Cobra Torino, and Dennis Hilliard, Durango, Colorado. Red light start both sides. There you are. Top end of the racetrack, 909, 151 with 1012 at 119 miles an hour. Here in the Cobra Jet Showdown time trial. Next pair rolls on up. David Garton, Spring Hill, Florida, and Rolando Garcia on the right side. And look at Rolando. 1098, 121 as Rolando, starter Bob going to put Rolando back in. All right, attention to the pits, drivers, I need to the staging lanes 11 and 12 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Circle D Specialties, Torque Storm Superchargers, True Street to lanes 11 and 12 on the Summit side of the racetrack. True Street, for your time trial, I need you to lanes 11 and 12 on the Summit side of the racetrack, on the left-hand side of the racetrack. So we had Circle D Specialties, Torque Storm Superchargers, True Street to staging lanes 11 and 12 on the Summit side of the racetrack. As Richard Rogers and Franklin Tucker are next pair to go. Rogers from Dearborn Heights, Michigan, Franklin Tucker from Mechanicsville, Virginia. Top of the racetrack, 876, 150 for Rogers. And Franklin, 13-18 at 103 miles per hour. Against True Street, you are needed to lanes 11 and 12, which are on the summit side of the racetrack, the left-hand side of the racetrack. For your time trial, please. Stage lanes 11 and 12 for True Street on the summit side of the race course. There you go, Mike Washington. I said race course twice. And Jack Seebeck Sr. and Joseph Lopez. Red line for Jack. That's 70.5 Falcon. Top end 1041, 120 miles per hour to 1210, 111. Again, True Street, you're needed the lanes 11 and 12, which are on the summit side of the racetrack. As Todd Early, Hicksville, Ohio, and Tony Jarvis from Millis, Massachusetts. Hang up, pedal in the car a couple times. There's Tony Jarvis. Top of the racetrack, 947, 153 miles per hour to a 936 and 152. As next up, it'll be Hayden Bean and Ed Brown, no relation. Again, True Street, you need the lanes 11 and 12, which are on the summit side of the racetrack. The big grandstand side of the racetrack. Hayden Bean, Ned Brown. All right, looks like, okay, Ed, back up, Ed, back up. And, all right, he's just going to go. Not sure what happened. Ed got a little overexcited, and, well, there he goes. So, obviously, we're going to wait till he clears the top end of the racetrack before we send the next pair on. So Hayden Bean, the diesel tech, will go in a solo. Once again, True Street to lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. The office side of the racetrack. Left lane side, summit side. Hayden Bean, 966 at 135 miles per hour. It's Thomas Brown and Paul Rittenauer. Paul out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Thomas Brown from Perry, Ohio. 9 with a 0. All right, it is Robert Warden out of Michigan. As more folks didn't bring me no ice cream. Alrighty, so again, folks, Robert Warden here coming up. And one thing I actually didn't know until just now, and I appreciate the guys, I've been saying his name wrong for 30-some years. Steve Saleen, I'm being told, is the correct pronunciation. There you go. Thanks, guys. And young lady, thank you. Jackson Snyder. Here we go. It was pretty good. Well, that was good. 838 at 164 miles per hour, pulling the parachute down there on the other end of the racetrack. Wow. Good, solid lap. And there for Jackson Snyder. So car 9720 on the left side, and Andy McPartland on the right side, Trumbull, Connecticut. The 69 Fairlane covered, beautiful looking car. So once again, True Street in lanes 11 and 12 on the Summit side of the racetrack. As there goes the Summit side down now. Looks pretty good. Top of the racetrack. Oh, that was good. 847, 163, pulling the parachute. 1145, 107. As Jason Deach and Don Keene. Don all the way from Palmdale, California. And Jason Deach, Edgerton, Ohio. Jason Deach Trailer Sales. .905, 147 with 1052, 126 miles an hour for Don Keene. On the right-hand side, as Melanie Cox out of all the way from Arizona. Her 2014 coverage, and Stephen Hall out of Sweeney, Texas. His 68 Mustang with that 302 under the hood of this car. So the Calvin Racing Machine over there for Melanie. And don't forget, like I said, Steve Saleen will be signing autographs 2 o'clock this afternoon. There, and looking forward to meeting with the legend himself later on this weekend. Wheel stand there for Stephen Hall, but there goes Melanie. Nice 128 short time. Top end quarter mile there for Melanie Cox, 9:15 and 144 miles an hour, 10:23, 129 miles per hour for Stephen Hall. As our next pair, Rusty Hall at Canby, Indiana, and Paul Zvinicki at Jackson, Michigan. My buddy Jason Dunning in there from Jackson, Michigan. I think it's somewhere around the Ann Arbor, somewhere in there. If I had to guess. top end, 962, 136, or 1054, 124. Say what, folks, we talked about a lot of folks here this weekend. How about Al Jonak, who has his original 68 Mustang that he won with out in Pomona over 50 years ago. He's here signing autographs over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. He has the actual car that he won that Wally with back in 68 out there at Pomona. I'm sure Al has some Buster Couch stories to tell, which I'm sure most of which probably can't repeat it over the PA, but we have Al Jonak, the winner, 1968 out there at Pomona. Got the original car here. It's Jeff Taylor and Chad Mullins here in the GT500 Unlimited. Jeff Taylor all the way from Hudson, New Hampshire. And Chad Mullins from Craigsville, West Virginia. Your GT500 Unlimited. Top end, 948 to 146 miles per hour to a 944 at 152. Jamie Holcomb and Bill Franklin. And Bill Franklin in Monroe, Georgia, teacher by trade. Bill having problems. Jamie Holcomb, 932 to 153 miles per hour as Billy had a good run going. And then something went wrong with the car, but he cruises through to 1452, 74 miles per hour. Again, we are live on FloRacing.com and the FloRacing app. And thank you for inviting us into your homes, wherever you're watching us today. So our next pair rolls, next single coming up here. It's Pedro Porto at Pelham, New Hampshire. There goes Pedro. True Street drivers, load up, please. True Street drivers, load up, please. Lanes 11 and 12. True Street drivers, to your cars, please. 1071, 150, 149 for Pedro. So our next pair comes up as Troy Fruger out of Nebraska. 10:59 to 11:58. So again, folks, True Street drivers, load up, please. True Street drivers, load up. Please. All right, so again, Al Jonak here, again, signing autographs. He can take pictures with the car. Again, he won, the actual car he won in 1968, then about 40 years later, they created a replica that also, ironically, won Pomona. There goes David Bishop, Edmond, Oklahoma, Boomer Sooner. Ron Martin out of Warren, Pennsylvania on the left side, 1021, 141 for David Bishop. All right, let me 10 points. Let me get Junior Street and Bracket 3 to the Ohio Cat side stage lanes, please. Junior Street and Bracket 3 to the stage lanes, please. Junior Street and Bracket 3. Once again, Junior Street and Bracket 3. Stage lanes, please. Junior Street and Bracket 3.
Junior Street. Final call for bracket 3. Final call for bracket 3. We also need bracket 2 and bracket 1. Brackets 1, 2, and 3, along with Junior Street. All 4 classes, if you plan on making this test session, need you in the lanes now. Brackets 3, 2, and 1, and Junior Street. All classes to the staging lanes. All 4 classes to the staging lanes.
With our True Street category here, Mike Baker in car 146. Mike Baker all the way from Chesapeake, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind everybody that the historic old NMRA cars in the car show area over there on the summit side of the racetrack, got some cars to start from years past in NMRA history, 25 years of history for the NMRA. So go check them out. Again, Steve Saline will be here. Again, a lot of you, I've been saying it for years, like many of you have, Saline, but it's actually Steve Saline, I was told. Here later on this afternoon, 2 o'clock, as Mike Rohrbacher goes 10:29 to 11:56. There we are, 10:29 to 11:56. Final call overall bracket for bracket 3, bracket 2, and bracket 1 of the lanes for time trial. Bracket 3, bracket 2, and bracket 1 to lanes for your time trial, please. So 1516 to 1489 as Brian Krakowski at Cheektowaga, New York, not far from Buffalo, and car 128. Again, still getting all the data entered into our timing and scoring computer up here in race control. As again, folks, Rachel, we're way up here. Right-hand side of the race, right? We're way up here. We're waving at you. And Mary next time going to Krakowski over the left-hand side, the summit side of the racetrack. And top end 966, 160 to 1187, 119. So our next pair, we're going to roll it up there. Next, be just a second here, as looks like the official spot a little something on that right-hand side. And it looks like a little minor mopping out there on the right-hand side before we continue on. So it looks like we're ready to go as John gives the signal. Okay, guys, let's go. At 135 and 136. Top end of the racetrack, 1219, 116 to a 1553, 92 miles per hour. Here's our next pair. Jerry Jones of Valley, Alabama, and Bill Elliott from Ohio. Not awesome Bill from Dawsonville. This Bill Elliott from Ohio. $12.52.1, 114 to $12.51.7, 117. Ron Martin out of Warren, Pennsylvania, retired out of the United States Navy, his 2021 GT500. Tim Castro at Mason, West Virginia. Thought he was going to catch him. Not quite. 1028, 133 miles per hour to a 1429, 74.82. So here we go. Car 153 and car 148. $14.18, 96 miles per hour, or $13.36 at 106. So car 134 and car 185 coming up. $88 to a 1980. So here we go, top end of the racetrack, 1267, 97 miles per hour. Roby out of St. Mary's, Ohio. This is Junior Street. Now, Junior Street, for those of you folks follow along with the NHRA, it's a category to get drivers, acclimated to, full-size cars. Run on the 8th mile in Junior Street. Actually, real quick, I'll read it to you. 1054, 70 miles per hour for Hayden Roby. I'll go ahead and give you the quick introduction. This is directly from NHRA.com. NHRA introduced their youth racing program, Junior Street, to give teenage boys and girls the opportunity to race against their peers in full-body street vehicles with an adult co-driver as their teammate that combines racing and car safety. This is an inexpensive program to help meet the demand of teenagers wanting to drive fast, but of all, it's a way for families to use drag racing as a learning tool and a conduit for family bonding. Let's go and get fun runs to lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. All fun runs. Bring it to lanes 11 and 12. That's on the summit side of the racetrack, the left lane side of the racetrack. So again, fun runs, lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. As Jaden Deach out of Edgerton, Ohio, got Jason riding alongside. 974, 77 miles per hour for Jaden. And again, I tell you what a great first session we've had so far. Some pretty good numbers. But again, in NMRA competition in our heads-up categories, if a driver wishes to set a record, according to my rules expert and multi-time world champion, great guy, and probably one of the wildest wheel stands I've ever seen. Mike Washington tells me that. And remember, in NMRA competition, if a driver breaks a record, they first have to break the ET record, then go claim it at tech inspection. Then they'll do the tech department do all their necessary checks, and the driver has to then back it up within 1% at some point during the weekend. Then once they back it up, then they have to go back to tech, claim the backup, and if they hold on to the ET record through the remainder of the weekend, not only do you get the record, but also the bonus points, they go with it.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
It's all about feel. And this car, I love this car, but not when it hesitates. So I was looking for better performance. That's why I went with an Edelbrock AVS2 carburetor. No hesitation. The Edelbrock warranty. Great throttle response. Now when I punch it, it moves. Edelbrock, charge forward.
To a 1375 at 102. Last call, fun run to lanes 11 and 12 for a time trial. Final call for fun runs, lanes 11 and 12. There's Danny Toe on the right side, Andrew McCotter on the left. (1353) 76 miles per hour, 1326. So Clifford Moore from Chicago Heights, Illinois. Great grandpa. There you go. That'll be it for bracket 3. Let's go to bracket 2 now. Was our quick forward category. Again, bracket 2 and bracket 1 this weekend will run on the 8th mile. Bracket 3, our street category, will be on the quarter. As Force 96 and 79.47, our first pair to go. Here we go. Barry Exxon going to go to the left-hand side of the pick-em-up truck. Top end, 673 at 100 miles per hour to a 796 at 90.81 miles per hour. Again, like I said, folks, don't forget tonight from 5 to 7, the NMRA pre-party. Now they're in the big white tent on the manufacturer's midway, and of course, everyone is welcome to attend. That's from 5 to 7. But the party don't stop there. At 7 o'clock, right after the NMRA pre-party, we'll have the Sticker Dude party. So again, we'll be partying from 5 to 10. Manufacturer's midway, of course, everyone is more welcome to attend as Jerry Woods and Doug Poskovich. Ready to go, Jerry Woods and 79 Mustang from Pennsylvania. Doug Poskovich from Delaware, Florida. It is 66 Fairlane. Jerry Woods, 689 at 101 miles per hour. Doug Poskovich goes 687.5 at 100.37 miles per hour. As Greg Kish from Makeup, Michigan, the tool maker, will actually be headed up to his home racetrack. Next race for the NMRA up there at US 131 Motorsports Park for the NMRA NMCA Power Festival up there at US 131 Motorsports Park. Brian Cuda from New Boston, Michigan, the 72 Maverick with a 364 in the hood of that car. Red light for Brian. Again, red lights do not count right now. 605, 112 to a 652 at 104. So here's Mark McDonald from Egmontville, Ontario, Canada. $62, $626, $647. Our next pair coming on up. Aaron Toole of Sandusky, Ohio. $6106.49. Paula Jackson and Matt Dolby. And car 1167 coming up now. And as again, NMRA Open Comp should be coming into the stage lanes. NMRA Open Comp or ARP Open Comp coming to the lanes, please. ARP Open Comp needs you. Stage lanes, please. And ARP Open Comp need you to the stage lanes. Double two reacts time from the left-hand side. On the right side, Rick McPeak at Lexington, Tennessee goes 004 red, 537, 132 to a 775 at 91.24 miles per hour. Here's Wes McPeak, right side, Henderson, Tennessee, at 37 Roadster. They get on car 8131, red light start for the left side. And Wes goes 544, 125 to a 634, 108. Gene Lampshire, left side of Lorain, Ohio. And his dragster taking on the car RX-27 on the right. Top end 488, 137 miles per hour for the dragster, Gene Lampshire. To a 627 at 110. On the right-hand side of the racetrack, that Thunderbird there looks like a car that the late, great Bob Glidden drove back in the day. It was one of his 10 NHRA Pro Stock World Championships. I start both sides. Top end 554, 124 to a 570 at 118 miles an hour. And it's going to get HP Tuner Super Stang to the lanes, please. HP Tuner Super Stang to the lanes for your final time trial. HTP Tuners Super Stang for your final time trial to the stage lanes, please. Also, ARP Open Comp should be back there as well. 673, 101 to 726 and 93 miles per hour. As our next pair rolls on up. All right, so B349 on the solo here. .632 and 108.08 miles per hour. Our next car here. Beautiful looking Mustang on the left hand side, the summit side of the racetrack. And pre-stage, set a few inches to go. And red light start left side. Goes through at a 6:04 with a 4 and 113.26 miles per hour. Top end 646 with a 406 miles per hour. You're with the fun runs here. Folks have the opportunity to, take their car down the racetrack. All you gotta do is supply your own helmet. That's it. Also, reminder that in all the street car categories are true street fun runs. Make sure your air conditioning is turned off and stays off for the balance of the day. When it's only in the low 60s out there, so I don't think you would need AC, but 1426 at 85 miles per hour. A little touch up to raise and serve. We got ARP Open Comp coming up again, folks. Like I said, make sure you check out the huge vendor manufacturer Midway. All the great sponsors that are here, the vendors, the NMRA Power Mall. Get your apparel there. Step on over to the car show side. As we said, Steve Salim will be here at a little more than an hour, about approximately 2 o'clock. We'll be signing autographs out there, so make sure you check that out when he does care. The car show is going to be absolutely immaculate all weekend, so really looking forward to a great weekend of racing, car show, and just good times in general. Appreciate all you folks coming out to Summit Motorsports Park here this weekend. All right, so again, folks, like we said, welcome. Good afternoon, everybody, to America's Racetrack, Summit Motorsports Park here in Newark, Ohio for the Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming. Appreciate all you folks coming out here on a Friday afternoon. By show of hands in the grandstand, anyone got their ice cream yet? Anybody bought ice cream yet in the grandstands? Anybody got your ice cream yet? Anybody want ice cream? See, the kids said they want ice cream. They said it's 67 degrees. We eat ice cream. So I'll tell you, the concessions open down here. They got, I'll tell you, the food here at Summit Motorsports Park, awesome. Ice cream, of course, awesome. Of course, we'll have great time racing here this weekend. So, like we said, also, they got a lot of great events coming up here in Norwalk over the next several weeks. Like you said, the NHRA National event at the end of the month. So go to their racetrack, go to their website, summitmotorsportspark.com, for all the information on upcoming events here. For Summit Racing Motorsports Park. Tom Hoffman, how you doing, sir? The points leader for ARP Open Cup. Tom, I'm surprised you weren't the first one in line. Of course, remember Dennis Korn was first pair out. He went trip zip on the tree. CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning to the lanes, please. CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning. Stage lanes, please. CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning, stage lanes, please. Let's go. ARP Open Comp. Here's the Mr. Dennis Korn, who, like I said, first pair out this morning was trip zip on the Christmas tree. It would be the ultimate mic drop if Dennis Korn does it again. He's that Thunderbird on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and Greg Bagnall on the left side from Spring Hill, Florida. Appliance store owner, Tony Jarvis's crew chief. He's 89 months in with a 351. So again, in ARP Open Comp, the widest variety of cars you'll find in any NMRA points paying category. So here we go. Now he's 055 this time, and Greg Bagnall was 006, and there goes that Thunderbird at the top end of the quarter mile. Korn 927 at 145 miles an hour. Greg Bagnall 1174 at 113.64 miles per hour. As James Johnson Jr. out of Westland, Michigan. Andrew Johnson crew chief, and Cameron Bowles out of Madisonville, Kentucky. Of course, his Donnie Bowles crew chief. Of course, I'm sure his grandfather is watching from above here this weekend. 963, 137 for James Johnson Jr. Cameron 980 at 137.37 miles per hour. As Ray Williams Sr., Thomasville, Georgia, and Terry Hannell from Louisville, Kentucky. So Ray Williams Sr. Broke the car, but now he's got the truck. He ain't scared. Red light started there for both of them. And top of the racetrack, 11:30, 119 to a 1585, 91.66 miles per hour. And 39 there for John Russell. Kevin the Boogeyman Sanders is 12:26 at 115.01 miles per hour. Charles Atkinson left side and Gordon Harlow on the right. Harlow out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Of course, will be headed to his home racetrack at the end of the season for the All Four World Finals and Intergalactic Ford Fest. And Charles Atkinson, Odenville, Alabama. His 68 Mustang. Top end, 1018, 122 to a 1048 at 126 miles per hour. As our next pair rolls on up, Tom Hoffman, points leader, Dexter, Michigan, Holbrook Racing Engines on board helping him out, and Mike Winters from Shelby Township, Michigan, his 82 Mustang GT. CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning, you have been called. CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning, you have been called. And let's get Suncoast Performance 860 Street, not quite yet, street race. Cars, not quite yet. So, 860 cars, stay put. I've read a old message. Gavin's giving me the evil look over there. Stay where you're at. 860 Street Race, stay where you're at. We're not quite ready for you yet. Won't be for a little while. 913, 151 for Dennis Hilliard. Dennis Conway goes 1043, 124. Today, Braden Creamer. Top of the racetrack, 1087, 122 to 1111, 120. So next up, Brent Calvert, Lancaster, South Carolina, and John Gamble Sr. at Lebanon, Ohio. Calvert got that 2019 Cobra Jet. John Gamble Sr., Lebanon, Ohio, that 70 Maverick. There they go. There goes Brent Calvert, top of the racetrack. How about an 843 at 163 miles an hour for Brent Calvert? 1077, 123 for John Gamble Sr. As David Woodside on the left side out of Rocky Mount, North Carolina. That's 009 react time for David Woodside on the left side of the racetrack, 954, 139.37 miles per hour. Jason Deeds Trailer Sales, and Larry Gaddis. Larry calls himself the one-man band. Red light start for Jason. At the top end. 905, 146 for Jason. And Larry, 1127 with a 0 to 116 even miles per hour. Let's go and get XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the lanes, please. XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the stage and lanes, please. XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Stage and lanes, please. And the XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle need you to the stage and lanes, please. And sounded like problems there for Eric Baker. And got to about the 330 mark, and the car just quit. 986, 135 for Brent Blacker, as again, like I said, Eric Baker. Car got to about the 330, and then the engine just went dead. Still moving down there at the front of the racetrack. The safety officials keeping a close eye on him as starter Bob Ferry hold him up there just a moment, and it looks like we'll be just fine to go. As Kurt Neighbor out of Macedonia, Ohio, and Kip Shanklin ready to go here. 79 Mustang on the left side, 95 Mustang on the right. And top end quarter mile for Kurt Neighbor, 943, 113, 1104, and 122.90. Moving right along here in our open comp time trial. So 98.97 and 94.21 are next two. And both of them, not great reaction times. Top end, 1082, 114. All right, so our next pair comes up. Bill Wittenauer at Crestwood, Kentucky, systems analyst in that 89 Mustang. Taking the car 9302. Still getting all the data that's entered into the timing and scoring computer. Up here in race control. Battery act time going to the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. Top end, quarter mile, 10:59 at 126 miles per hour, 11:56 with a 7 and 116.11 miles per hour. Ronnie Hayslip and Elmer Long be our next pair to go here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, we have a lot of folks here this weekend, but I am honored and privileged to have one of the legends when it comes to just cars in general, the legend Steve Saleen. Steve, first off, thank you so much for joining us here at the NMRA in the Ford Homecoming. How are you, sir?
Great. It's great to be here, and as I was saying, it's amazing. I haven't been to this facility before, but it's fantastic.
So tell us about how did your association with Mustangs get started back in the day?
Well, I actually grew up in Southern California, and I entered in 1973. I entered my first race at Riverside Raceway in a Shelby Mustang, and I won. So I didn't have to do any more than that. I was hooked for life.
So you have a better winning percentage than Mike Washington then?
Yes, I should have just quit then. But I was hooked, and The love affair with the Mustang has literally been since the Mustang came out in the 60s.
So I tell you what, when Steve Wolcott and Raleigh Miller contacted you about this race, you just what in your mind said, you know what, I just got to be here for this Ford homecoming.
Yes, when I talked with Steve, they said, yeah, this is their 25th anniversary. It's our 40th anniversary at Saleen Automotive. It's a good thing I was only 3 when I started the company. Otherwise, I would be aging ourselves. But they said, yeah, if you're anything with Fords, this is the weekend to be here. I've never been at Summit Raceway here in Ohio, and I thought, wow, what a great way to spend a weekend.
Well, absolutely. Well, definitely, folks. So you'll be out there signing autographs, I believe, about 2 o'clock over in the on the left-hand side of the race. But, Steve, thank you so much for everything you've done for Ford Racing, cars, and all that. And, like I said, you're welcome up here anytime with us.
Yeah, no, it's it actually is great, and we're love to see all the fans here, the Ford fans, all weekend. I know there's a number of supplies guests that are showing up, and I will be doing autographs, like we mentioned here, at 2 p.m. today, and then twice tomorrow and on Sunday. So we have a busy weekend for us. Come by and let's talk Mustangs.
Absolutely. Well, Steve Saleen, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And I tell you what, I may just have to go out and get me a Mustang and just send it to the say, do what you do with it. So waiting for our next category to come out, waiting for y'all clear for the safety crew down to the far end of the racetrack, and then we will get after it. I tell you what, folks, you know what? They have these things called wireless microphones now. I may just have to try to call the race from the car show this weekend. There's a lot of awesome cars that are here today. We'll be here the rest of the weekend. And I tell you what, we are honored and privileged to be here at Summit Motorsports Park. As I need Ford Muscle to the lanes, please. Ford Muscle needs you. Stage lanes, please. Ford Muscle, lanes, please. So also, folks, let me say about the fun runs today. It's $50 for the fun runs, or you can do 2 or 3 day for $100. They'll be from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Friday, Saturday, Sundays from 9 to 3. You can do drag race or autocross or both. If you want to do drag race only and drag race and autocross, you go down to NMRA tag down at the far end of the racetrack by the scales. They will get you tagged in. But if you're only doing autocross only, you proceed to the autocross area, and they will tech you in as well. Just make sure you stop by NMRA registration to get signed up. And I'll tell you what, it is an honor, privilege here. And he doesn't know I'm going to do this, but Mike, what an honor it is to have the legend, Steve Saleen, here at one of our marquee events of the season.
It's absolutely an amazing thing to come out here and see some of the favorite people that you grew up watching, you grew up reading about them in the magazines, and then to actually meet them in the flesh. It's like a starstruck thing. I've been around this earth 54 years, and not much is starstruck anymore. But meeting Mr. Steve Saleen was absolutely a highlight of my day so far today.
Absolutely, definitely highlighted my drag racing career. From meeting like I said, met the legendary Don Garlitz, to Daryl Gwynn, to the legend Mr. Bill Bader Sr. and Bill Bader Jr. have had the opportunity to meet both those gentlemen, and I'd say thank you, Steve, for taking time out of your day. I know he's got a lot going on, but came up here to the tower to talk to us. So Andy Ransford here in car 8001 in Super Stang. $13.44 to $11.96. And so a quick reset here. Again, honor, privilege to meet the great Steve Saleen there. Getting a little tongue-tied here as honor, privilege to have him here. All right, there we go. As left-hand side still having issues, but gets on down there. And Ford Muscle, you haven't called to the lanes. Ford Muscle, you've been called to the staging lanes. Ford Muscle, you have been called to the staging lanes. Gregory Collins and Johnny Wigger. This is CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning. Johnny heading on through, top at 866, 154. Collins, 1154 at 113. As I need Tremec, all-female True Street to the stage lanes, please. Tremec, all-female True Street to the lanes, please. $11:38 there from Mike Robb. Amanda Sagos, 10:26. Red light for Richard Parker. $12:36.6, 106 for Brian Parker. Richard Parker at 12:06, 120. Make sure you keep your FM radios tuned to 88.5 on your FM radio dial. It's going to need Tremec, all female True Street lanes, please. Tremec, all female True Street for a time trial to the staging lanes, please. Jacobson left side out of Michigan. Bob Dill right side. The 12, 148. Sinaga get a time. Mike Botiga goes 12:33 at 105 miles per hour. We're about 40 minutes away from the first round of heads-up qualifying here this afternoon. Damian Lutz and Charlie McCall. This is actually Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Charlie, 0:13 reaction time. Top end, 12:71, 103 for Charlie. 14:09. Pete Blankenship and Jamie Flora. The 6 to 11:07. Out there in the pit area, Adam Root, you are needed to guest services, which is located right behind the grandstands here on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. Adam Root, you are needed to guest services, which is located on the behind the grandstands over here on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. And Adam Root, please report to guest services. Gary Parker out of Georgia, 006 reaction time. Scott Lavelle on the right side at St. John, Indiana, on the top end quarter mile, 10:01, 132 to a 10:31 and 130 miles per hour. Again, Adam Root, please report to guest services, please. As Chris Graff out of Columbia, Missouri, and James Meredith, originally from Meredith, Texas, originally from Schertz, Texas, now from Carrollton, Georgia. So James Meredith, welcome to the Eastern Time Zone. Top of the race at 993 for James Meredith, 135 miles per hour. Chris Graff, 1232, 112. Grade 1148 to 1103 is for Johnny Rush here in XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Again, we are less than 40 minutes away from the first round of heads-up qualifying here this afternoon. Again, Traffic all-female True Street. You have been called to stage lanes. Wes McPeak and Chris Hammond. Head on down, Chris Hammond. Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. Right-hand side is 10:01, 136 miles per hour. Is Wes McPeak, 12:06 at 110.91 miles per hour. As Adam Cox, Fisherville, Kentucky, works for CSX, the railroad guys and gals by trade. Brought us up here some chicken and pork chop sandwiches up here. I'll tell you, they're good. So appreciate that, Adam. Thank you, sir. As we are moving right along through the program here on this Friday afternoon here in Norwalk. As Adams hasn't gone to the full stage just yet. There he goes. Red light for Adam. (10:02, 134) as Peter Blosser to St. Charles, Missouri, over here on the right-hand side. (867, 160 for Peter to the left-hand side, 1363 at 106). Day, Port St. Louis, Florida. Susan Ross McClendon had the multi-time NMRA World Champion. Yes, she is the daughter of NASCAR Hall of Famer Jack Roush. And next, she's the museum curator of her father's museum. That'd be a real cool job. And her dad's out there in Sonoma with the team. And he's getting updates on how Susan's doing here, and she's going to get updates from Sonoma. Actually, the time back in the day, if you remember, that Jack Roush actually was involved in Pro Stock back the day before he switched over to NASCAR. 935, 146 for Susan. Logan, 1076 at 130 miles per hour. And right inside, not quite the best reaction time, but we'll work on it. And top end of the racetrack cruises on through at 1745 at 75.85 miles per hour. As coming up next, that'll be it for Mod Muscle. We got Ford Muscle coming up here. We got Tremec all-female True Street should be in the stage lanes as well. Track's on going to Austin New Studer out of Arnold, Missouri. Again, do apologize if I'm saying that name wrong. 1175 for Austin. Kevin Sanders goes 1281. Bill Worsnell out of Union, Missouri on the left side. Cindy Hall on the right side. $13.86 to a $13.00. As next up, John Butzko at Pataskala, Ohio. That's 63 Falcon, and Connor Fahey from Brooksville, Florida. And Connor, 300's advantage on the starting line over John Butzko. Top end of the racetrack is going to be a close one at the stripe. It's going to be Connor, 12:06 at 116 miles an hour. John Butzko, 12:35 with a Ford at 105.58 miles per hour. And here's Danny Toe, the reigning Ford Muscle World Champion. Westminster, South Carolina, that 70 Mustang, Harlan Sharp machine, and Gary Bates out of Wintersville, Ohio, in the 69 Mercury Cougar on the right side. Beautiful looking car. And how about Danny Toe goes trip zip on reaction time. 11:05 for Bates, 120. Danny Toe, 11:71 at 111.38 miles per hour. As Anthony Yeager and Chad Neuenschwander on the right side. Chad out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Anthony Yeager from Toledo, Ohio. Top end 1285 to 1198. $12.85 to $11.98. Now we're going to go into all-female True Street as Macy McKenna from Englewood, Florida, and Carrie De Silva. Again, this is Tremec all-female True Street. Macy got the 2016 Mustang, Carrie the 1982 Mustang. And of course, the very next time, going to go to Macy over on the left-hand side of the racetrack. There she goes. Top end quarter mile for Macy McKenna. 1188, 114 miles per hour, 1394, 102. As our next pair up will be Kelly Bartlett from Berea, Ohio, and Katrina Sharp from St. Mary's, Ohio. The 83 Mercury Capri there for Kelly, and Katrina, the 2013 Ford Focus. And looks like starter Bob Ferry is going to back Kelly up and give her another opportunity, as Katrina Sharp goes 14.10 at 100.08 miles per hour. All right, here's Kelly, going to try one more time. There goes Kelly. $10.93, 136. Andrea Woolard, car 399. $11.97, 114 miles per hour there for Andrea Woolard out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. So a 1460 for the truck and 95.28 miles per hour. Is Elaine Moisner of Dublin, Indiana, and Danielle McGraw out of Bolt, West Virginia. So Elaine got the convertible Mustang there. $12.71, 107 miles per hour to 14.05, 96.73. Lauren Stoney in Waterford, Michigan, and Melanie Black are our next pair to go. The Mary actually going to go to Melanie on the right-hand side. It's going to be a close one, top end. 12.85, 118 for Lauren. And then Melanie Black are 13.16 at 114.35. As our next pair coming up, it'll be Heather Flanagan on the left side, Blacklick, Ohio. Taking on car 311 on the right side. And cleaning green again. Here in the second time trial session of all female True Street, brought to you by the grid folks at Tremec. 1322, 105 on the right side. Heather Flanagan, 1674 at 88.50 miles per hour. As we move up to our next pair, it's Allison Flanagan of Baltimore, Ohio. 95 Mustang GT. And Stacy Jelinek out of Richmond, Illinois. The 2011 Mustang GT. Again, this Tremec all-female True Street, and we are less than 20 minutes away, what looks like, from the first round of heads-up qualifying here for this weekend. 12:03 for Stacy, 1:13.76. Allison Flanagan, 14:08, 94.92 miles per hour. So Kimberly Walter out of Ohio. 66 Mustang building the boost. There goes Kimberly. Top end of the quarter mile there for Kimberly, 1078 to 112.81 miles per hour. As our next pair coming up, that'll be Danielle Post out of Woodstock, Illinois, and Kimberly Wood from Uniontown, Ohio. Kimberly Wood's got the 2014 Mustang on the Ohio Cat side. Danielle got a 2011 Mustang on the Summit side of the racetrack. And here goes Kimberly. Top end, 958, 148 miles per hour. Danielle goes 1030 with a 4 at 117.86 miles per hour. So Jamie Floor and Michelle Schwemley out of Bloomvine, Ohio. Top end of the quarter mile, 11:02, 123 for Jamie, 11:17, 128.86. As Taylor Chaffee left side out of Fallbrook, California, and Sabrina Wright from Norwalk, Ohio. Probably had one of the shortest drives here of any of the competitors so far this weekend. And Sabrina on the top end goes a 1350 at 109 miles per hour to Taylor, 1559. Let's go and get VP Racing Mattadives Renegade to the lanes, please, for your first session of qualifying. VP Racing Mattadives Renegade to the staging lanes for your first session of qualifying. Again, VP Racing Mattadives Renegade need you to the staging lanes for your first session of qualifying.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
It's all about feel. And this car, I love this car, but not when it hesitates. So I was looking for better performance. That's why I went with an Edelbrock AVS2 carburetor. No hesitation. The Edelbrock warranty. Great throttle response. Now when I punch it, it moves. Edelbrock, charge forward.
Anybody want ice cream? On me. One person. One person. What flavor? She don't care, it's free. Well, if I'm paying for it, it's free. There you go. So again, get yourself some ice cream, got concessions. I gotta say, what a great, couldn't ask for any better weather here at Summit Motorsports Park, Norwalk, Ohio. Again, for the Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming. This is just day 2 on the racetrack. We still got plenty more to go. Of course, we're getting ready for qualifying here of VP Racing Maddiv's Renegade. It's gonna be a good one, that's for sure. So again, VP Racing Maddiv's Renegade coming out. As I tell you what, looking at the run order here. Got some heavy hitters come out in this first qualifying session, and Hope you folks are ready. It's gonna be a fast one. You know, the officials and the crew there working on the racetrack. Make sure it's gonna be a good one for all you the racers. All right, so again, the officials out there now, they're on the flat drag, the static drag doing their thing out there as now they're scraping the left lane. Meticulous process on scraping and see some of the crews. Check out the start line, make sure, you know, my last minute tuning calls that they could possibly make here in this first qualifying session of VP Racing Additives Renegade will be the first out here in this qualifying session. Harlan Sharp is the first name in high-performance rocker arms for your muscle car. Check out Harlan Sharp's complete line of performance products, including their economical original series, their heavy-duty package, their lightweight diamond series, and their ultra-high-performance shaft systems. For more information on Harlan Sharp products, stop by and see them on the Midway, or log on to harlansharp.com. It's www.harlansharp.com. Jason Deeds Trailer Sales, our official trailer distributor, and they're here this weekend. Jason represents United Trailers, our official trailer. If you're looking for a great deal on a trailer that fits your needs and price tag, then look no further than Jason Deeds Trailer Sales. All right, by show of hands here, how many folks out there in the grandstands, you wash your car at least once a month? Anybody wash the car at least once a month? Show of hands, anybody? All right. What about once a week? Once a week. You washed your car this morning, didn't you, sir? And I guarantee you, he used Jack's Wax car care products. Jack's Wax has all your car care products to keep your muscle car looking its best, from waxes and polishes and more. Jack's Wax has what you need. Regular to this event each year, Jack's Wax has some awesome show specials so you can get the right products for the best prices and keep your car looking good. All right, also, folks, Johnny Lightning Performance will be here this weekend tearing it up on the racetrack and answering all of your questions. If you have a Ford Mustang or truck and you wanted to go fast, you need to talk to Johnny Lightning. With one of the fastest Ford Lightnings and Cobra Jets in the world, Johnny is the guy you need to see for your upgrades to your muscle car or truck. Also, find out why Johnny relies on SCT for all of his high-performance tuning needs. You know, tired of taking the slow lane to the races? Maybe it's time to upgrade to a Renegade. MK Sport Coach is your full-line Renegade dealer in Indianapolis, Indiana. They stock the Veracruz, Valencia, Verona LE, Classic, XL, and Renegade's flagship, the Icon. Looking for a trailer? MK also stocks the full line of Sundowner Race and Stacker trailers. Stop by MK Sport Coach display on the midway and talk to Randy Renegade Rep. And M&K Sport Codes is proud sponsors of both the NMRA and the NMCA series. Also great folks at Maximum Motorsports here this weekend. Also a lineup of chassis and suspension products for your Mustang or muscle car. MBRP Performance Exhausts are here with us. And of course, the legend that is Mickey Thompson Tires. If you look right across the racetrack for you folks that are little on the the highway side of the Christian Street, you look right across over there in the car show area, see their trailer there. NMRA Power Mall is here. As well, get your apparel, Suncoast Performance, Nitto Tire here with us this weekend. Transtech, Tremic, Trick Flow, Specialty. They're the ultimate bolt-on performance. Cylinder heads, nitrous manifolds, camshafts, and much, much more. And also the good folks, UPR Products, Vortex Superchargers, VP Racing Fuels, Weldon Pump. Of course, one of our new sponsors, Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts, carries a full line of top quality products from industry-leading manufacturers, from torque converters, rebuild kits, hard parts, performance kits, performance parts, to coolers, fluids, tools, accessories, and more. Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts is the ultimate source for all of your transmission parts needs. Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts supplies new, OE, used, and remanufactured automatic and standard transmission parts. So appreciate all the our sponsors and vendors that are here with us this weekend. And see, that's Mr. Evan Bader there with the sprayer down there. Going to lay down some of the sticky stuff. Also, I want to take a quick opportunity to thank all the men and women of our armed forces, first responders, that are here with us this weekend. Again, on behalf of Summit Motorsports Park, the Pro Media, NMRA, and all of our sponsors, our racers, again, we simply say thank you. Speaking of Whatever It Takes transmission parts, we'll get them to the stage lanes, please. Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts, Limited Street. First session qualified to the lanes, please. Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts, Limited Street for your first session of qualifying. To the stage lanes, please. Get our officials back there, getting the cars staged up and ready in the staging lanes. As again, Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts, Limited Street, you have been called for your first session of qualifying. Alrighty, so again, Limited Street, Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts, Limited Street, you have been called for Q1. Chad Wendell, how are you, sir? See the heavy hitters down there getting ready for Q1. Bob Selenik's down there. Martin Connolly's down there. And it's really going to be a good session of qualifying here. Appreciate all you folks for being ready. We're going to do it. All right, but to the gentleman that washes his car at least once a week down here, did you drive that car here this morning when you got here? Did you drive that car? He did. No? You do drive a Ford, don't you? Smart man. Unfortunately, I don't. The car was a gift, so I can't complain. So again, getting ready for qualifying session number 1 here in just a couple of minutes. So also, folks, I want to remind everybody that tonight, 5 o'clock, will be the NMRA pre-party from 5 to 7 in the NMRA 10, the big white tent out there in the manufacturer's midway. Then right after, it'll from 7 to 10 be the Sticker Dude party. So please come out and join us. Everyone is welcome. It's party time with the NMRA. So again, final call for Renegade. VP Race Matt is Renegade. Still looking for whatever it takes transmissions, parts limited street for your first qualifying session. You do the stage lanes as well. Now we're ready for Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. To the lanes, please. Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Come on. Stage lanes, please. At this time, again, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. You have been called to staging lanes for your first session of qualifying. So we're moments away from going green. Qualifying session number 1. Once again, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race in the lanes, please. Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race in the lanes, please, for your first session qualifying. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, just talk to the boss, the CEO, Mr. Steve Wolcott, and I'll tell you right now, the beer's on ice right now, getting ready for the 5 o'clock pre-party tonight from 5 to 7, and the Sticker Dude party from 7 to 10. They'll have margaritas down there. We'll have great times. A lot of past NMRA champions, legends, and folks that haven't been with us in a number of years are here with us today. 25 years of the NMRA. And I'll tell you, I am honored and privileged that I was chosen to be a part of this weekend. I was along with my broadcast partner who does a lot of the NMRA events himself, Mr. Derek Putnam. I'll tell you what, 25 years of the NMRA. And okay, what, couldn't have picked a better place to celebrate than right here at America's Racetrack, Summit Motorsports Park. All right, Norwalk, who's ready for qualifying? Yeah, they're ready. It's time. VP Racing Maddens, Renegade, qualifying session number 1. This where it starts to count. How you do on the racetrack? Well, it matters now. It definitely mattered before during testing, but it matters now. Let's go, VP Racing Maddens, Renegade. Wait for our first pair to come around the corner. Bob's ready. John's ready. Thomas, he's always ready. Aren't you, Thomas? You always ready, sir? All right, here we go. First pair. VP Racing Maddens, Renegade. Terry Wilson and Martin Connolly, our first pair out here at VP Racing Maddens, Renegade. And it's going to be a good one. Again, Terry Wilson, your points leader. Martin Connolly sitting second. These two are separated by only 315 points, but still a long way to go. As that, again, after this weekend, only 2 races remain. July in Martin, Michigan, then at the end of September, they're at Bowling Green. So still a lot of points out there. As again, Terry Wilson, Pittsburgh, Indiana, with Jason Waterman, the Cheese Man, tuning the wrenches at a Pittsburgh, Indiana 95 Mustang, and Martin Connolly at Salersville, Kentucky, the UPS driver, 90 Mustang 580 cubic inches. The Cheese Man tuning on both these race cars. Now, quickest to slowest here in qualifying for VP Racing Maddens Renegade. First pair out. Get chief starter of the NMRA, Mr. Bob Ferry, ready to line them up, set them on down here at Norwalk. It's go time. It's race time. Connolly struggled a little bit, but Terry Wilson, top of the racetrack, up at a 461, 154 miles per hour for Terry Wilson. Martin Connolly, 532 at 117 to Wilson. Obviously, will go to the number 1 spot. Martin Connolly, I guarantee, will not be happy at all with that 532. As our next pair. Becky Cram from Leesburg, Florida, third in the points chase, coming in originally from Avon, Indiana, and Bob Zelenik. And again, it was 5 years ago this weekend, not at this racetrack, but in Columbus, where Becky Cram scored her first ever NMRA win. 5 years ago. She would love to get back to NMRA victory lane here. as Bob's landing on the right side of Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Gonna go number 1, 461 with a 5 or quicker. We'll get to number 1, but if you go 461 with a 6, then you have to go quick, faster, a mile an hour. Again, it is quickest as slow as in qualifying, but if 2 drivers tie on ET, then the first tiebreaker is mile an hour, and if on the Renegade they both run the exact same mile an hour, then the second tiebreaker would be whoever ran it first. So here we go. Becky's in, waiting on Bob. Bob is in. Becky Cram pedaled it out there a little bit, but she stuck with it. Top end 466 to a 484, but Becky Cram started to go into a little bit of a wheel stand, but being the veteran driver, she has pedaled that car, kept it under control. She'll go to the number 3 spot. Bob Zelenik, 466, 150. He'll go to the number 2 qualifying position, but I'd say what that Becky Cram car makes a ton of horsepower. But that front end started to come up a little higher than her liking, so she got on the throttle, eased the car back down, rolled back into it, and set up a good, decent number and put her in the number 3 spot as Keith Siborowski will go on a solo run at a New Baden, Illinois, 2014 Mustang, backing it up from the burnout. Here on this Friday afternoon. Once again, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race should be in the lanes. So here we go. And Siborowski strikes the tires, so he will idle on down. And that'll put him in the number 5 spot for the time being in qualifying, with 1 session down, more to go. 10:47 and only 68 miles per hour. Chad Wendell in a different car than we used seeing him in. Had the red Mustang last year. Not got this one. 86 Mustang GT. Cole Wendell, the crew chief on this car, Portland, Indiana. He called him the boss. And it's opening qualifying round here for VP Racing Maddiv's Renegade. Then you got Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts Limited Streak will follow. So Chad Wendell on a solo on the left-hand side of the racetrack. There goes Chad. Top end, 484.1, 146 miles an hour for Chad Wendell. Got a good, decent A to B pass to go to number 3. Becky Cram will drop to the 4 spot. Now, but Martin Cogley down to 5. Keith Siborowski will go number 6. As next pair pulling into the box, Bob Cook and Jimmy Dahl. Bob Cook out of Makina, Illinois, and Jimmy Dahl from Lindenhurst, Illinois. It's Bob Cook over on the left side, Jimmy Dahl coming out of the burnout box here over here on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. Get in VP Racing Matters Renegade. They do race to the 1/8 of a mile. All right, Richmond Gear Factory Stock, need you to the lanes, please. Richmond Gear Factory Stock to the lanes. And Mr. Carl Tasca, if you would come to the stage lanes as well, please. Richmond Gear Factory Stock to the lanes, please. And also, Carl Tasca, need you stage lanes as well, please, sir. There we go. Bob Cook, Jimmy Dahl. Wendell, top of the racetrack. 480, 149 for Bob Cook. Jimmy Dahl, 484.7, 147. So Bob goes 3, Chad Wendell 4, Jimmy Dahl 5. Becky Cram now drops to 6. Terry Wilson still holding that number 1 spot at 461 with a 6. As here's Shelby Wendell driving the car that Chad drove for a while. Young lady, the chiropractor out of Portland, Indiana. So let's see what Shelby Wendell can do over here in the right-hand side of the racetrack. 8 cars so far have officially taken time so far here in VP Race Madness Renegade qualifying. There goes Shelby, 128 short. Top end of the racetrack, 8th mile, 555, 123 miles per hour for Shelby Wendell. She'll go to number 8 spot. That puts Keith Zaborowski in the 9 spot. And that'll be it for Renegade. Let's go over and give you the quick rundown. Keith Zaborowski, number 9 qualifier, 10:47.1. Shelby Wendell, who you just saw, number 8 at 5:55.5. Martin Connolly, 7th, 5:32.3. Becky Cram, 6th, 4:84.8. Jimmy Dahl, number 5, 4:84.7. Number 4, Chad Wendell, 4:84.1. Robert Cook, 4:80 with a 2. Bob's Lennon, number 2 at 4:66.8. Currently, number qualifier, Terry Wilson, 4:61.6. Here's numbers 1 and 2, the points chase and the championship last year. Stacy Roby on the left side, Samantha Moore, the world champ, defending winner here at Norwalk. On the right-hand side, Brighton, Michigan. Told me during the offseason, bought herself a smart car. Okay. Mostly used, I believe, as a tow vehicle, but there you go. Coyote stock to the lanes, please. Coyote stock to the lanes, please. Here we go. Stacey Roby, Samantha Moore. And Stacey Roby strikes the tires. There goes Samantha Moore. Top end of the racetrack. How about a 790 for the world champion at 174 miles per hour for Samantha Moore. She'll go to the number 1 spot, 893, 138 for Stacey Roby. Struggled on that run. But Samantha, who's made more 7-second laps in limited street than anybody, as Larry Steros will be the next car to go at Dayton, Ohio. And the tree goes green. Now, the clock does not start until he leaves the start line, which he broke the beam. And see, Bob Fair said, Bob, he broke the beam, so he's got to go down the racetrack. And the clock is already running for Larry Steros. And sitting there. As he started, Bob Ferry waving him down. And again, it's not going to be a very good qualifying time. The clock has already started. And not sure. So they're going to look like they're just going to back him out. So again, folks, like I said, the clock does not officially start until the car breaks the beams on the start line, which he did do 3.550 seconds after the green light came on in the Christmas tree. But again, you only get one attempt to stage it. And they're going to push Larry off the side. He may have been leaking some fluid from underneath that car. So that'll be it for Lemon Street qualifying. Samantha Moore going to be your number 1 qualifier with that 790. They're going to get that right-hand lane cleaned up, and then we have 860 Street Race, brought to by Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Coming up next. And I'm not sure where the fluid came, probably out of the converter or where the fluid may have came from. But they'll get it cleaned up, and then we have Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race coming up. Again, Coyote Stock. To lanes, please, for qualifying. Coyote Stock needs you. Stage lanes for qualifying, please. So the current record for Eliminated Street, while we're still in the at the end of the category, Samantha Moore set it at the last race in St. Louis, their Worldwide Technology Raceway, at a 783 with a 0. She also owns the mile-an-hour record at 175.58 miles per hour. As again, we're getting ready to go into, like I said, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. And looks like quite a bit of fluid may have came out of the Larry Steros car. Again, we'll get it cleaned up. And like I said, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race as Greg Phillips on the right-hand side, Middletown, Ohio. And I know I'm going to say the name wrong. So, Paul, I'm going to apologize now, but I'm going to try to say it right. And the crew guy gave me a thumbs up, thumbs down if I get it close or whatever. Is it from Fenton, Michigan? Is it Paul Zinkowitz? Close enough? Okay, I'm good with that. All right, so Paul Zinkowitz of Fenton, Michigan. Greg Phillips, right side. Once we get the right lane cleaned up, we will begin Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race qualifying. In the meantime, folks, I said the NMRA Powerball down there. And lots of great stuff there. Got the concession stands here, multiple different items down there for you to enjoy. And I definitely gotta give you some ice cream at some point. You know what? I'll get ice cream for me, Miss Carrie, Gavin, because I don't know, he can like bench press twice my body weight, and Wade, because well, that is true. Wade has been extremely nice to me, so it looks like I'm gonna buy ice cream for all 4 of us up here in Racing Troll, and Savannah there at the back of the lanes too, just because, you know, she's cool. Oh, still getting that right lane cleaned up. And Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. I see Miss Letitia Hughes back there getting ready. You know, Letitia, she was nice enough to give me her autograph once. Definitely props to our media photographers, media personnel doing a great job with all the coverage this weekend. As, again, still not sure what the fluid was that came out of the Larry Steros car, but definitely disappointed to not get to make a full hit down the racetrack. We'll have the second qualifier scheduled for later on this afternoon. Performance 860 Street Race coming up next, followed by Richmond Gear Factory Stock. Then we have Mr. Carl Tasca coming up, as well as Coyote Stock will be coming to us as well. Well, again, right everybody, 5 o'clock this afternoon in the Manufacturers Midway, the Big White 10, the Manufacturers Midway, about 2.5 hours from now. We'll have the NMRA pre-party. So, by show of hands here, anybody want a beer? Like 5 people put their hands up. 5. All right, let me try this again. Who wants a free beer? That's really like everybody. Well, tonight, 5 o'clock, from 5 to 7, we'll have the NMRA pre-party that all of you are invited to attend. But then at 7 o'clock, we'll have the Sticker Dude party that will have good time, beer, margaritas. How's that song go by, what's his name? The margarita song, how's it go? Ladies, help me out here. Well, what's the guy's name that sings? Not Jimmy Buffett, but the other guy. Isn't he like on American Idol or something? Luke Bryan, there you go. So again, the officials make sure they have to. Sometimes when you do get fluid on the racetrack, you do have to scrape up that rubber, and then they'll get it applied back down before we go into Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. That is what the delay is at the current time. But again, 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight will be the Sticker Dude party, which is preceded by the NMRA pre-party. And again, all of you great fans, the racers, sponsors, everybody, you're more than welcome to come join us. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, here at one of the marquee events of the year, the Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming, race number 4 on the 2023, the 25th anniversary year of the Holly NMRA Ford National Series. 25 years, and like Steve Walcott, our president and CEO, was talking about, a lot of racers here this weekend. Some that been racing with us for recently, some haven't been out with us in a while. But we appreciate each and every one of you going up. We got the Saline reunion, the Saline reunion, the Foxby reunion, the NMRA reunion. Lots of great stuff here. Again, it was an honor, privilege to meet Mr. Steve Saline earlier this afternoon, and so he's signing autographs right about now. So hopefully another lap or so on the flat drag, and then we will get after it. So it looks like maybe another lap, one more lap, and then should be okay to go. As definitely they take a lot of pride in the racing service and the facility in general here at Summit Motorsports Park. Yeah, I'll tell you what, and this is true because I've actually been in his office, but the man in charge here, Mr. Bill Bayer Jr., I'll tell you what, the man is always thinking, what can we do to make the experience better for the fans, for the racers, for everybody involved? The man is always thinking, you know, what can we do to make it better? Sure, kind of reminds me of a good friend of Bill, Mr. Royce Miller. And I'm sure Royce is watching out there from his office in Maryland. As we're just almost ready to go here with Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Paul Zinkowitz and Greg Phillips wait patiently before they go into 860 Street Race. And again, how 860 Suncoast Ford 860 Street Race works is they qualify the quickest and slowest, but it's like the price is I guess you call it the Price is Right rule, where it's the closest to 860 without going under. And the cars, they have to be registered, limited to registered street cars. Only the class limits chassis modification to keep that in theme. Superchargers, nitrous turbochargers are legal and lets the competitors free to build any four-powered combination as long as it doesn't exceed 8.600 seconds. Cars compete on DOT tires, and driver skill plays a big part in the outcome of the category. Simple rules make it easy for entries that want to have fun on the racetrack don't quite fit into other index, heads-up, or true street style categories. They have their own Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Established in 1989 to meet the high demand for high-quality aftermarket torque converters, transmission assemblies, and parts, Suncoast Research and Development Team, in conjunction with years of experience in the transmission torque converter industry, is unparalleled in the automotive community today. American-made with unmatched pride in design, manufacturing, technical support, and customer satisfaction has always been the primary goal of Suncoast Performance. And now we're ready to go with Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. There you go, Paul Zankiewicz, Greg Phillips. There they go. Again, it can't go quicker than 8.600 seconds. Top end of the racetrack. 866, 159 for Paul. He'll go to the number 1 spot. 875 for Greg Phillips, 157. So Paul goes 1, Greg goes 2. And our next pair, Kyle Soborowski, Trenton, Illinois. The left-hand side, Rick Baum on the right side of Lucas, Kentucky. 76 years young, Rick Baum over there on the right-hand side. His 2000 Mustang GT. So here we go. And Rick Baum, top end. 870, 160 for Kyle Soborowski. Rick Baum, 960, 112 miles per hour. As next up will be Chris Tino, Liberty Township, Ohio, and Michael Hall from Liberty Township, Ohio. They may be neighbors. Just saying. Red light for Christino. Red lights do not count. Problems for Michael Hall on the launch. Christino on the top of the racetrack. 877 at 163 miles an hour. 1136. 155 for Michael Hall. So Chris goes to the 4 spot. Michael Hall goes number 6. Paul Zankiewicz. State number 1 qualifier 866 with a 5 is Bo Webb at Carlisle, Ohio, and Gavin Black from Spencer, West Virginia. Shows there's more than one person named Gavin here this weekend. Just saying. All right, Bo on the left side, Gavin on the right. There they go. 085 right top for Gavin Black, looking for 860 with a 0. At the top end of the quarter mile, 866.6 for Gavin Black, 871.2 for Bo Webb. So by 1,000th of a second, Gavin Black goes number 2, Bo Webb number 4, as William Lujan and Casey Shotwell. So William John, Miami, Florida. Case Shotwell, Carl, Ohio on the right side. And Case Shotwell going to try to make a challenge on the number 1 spot. 869, 159. He'll go number 3. 894 for Lujan at 157 miles per hour. He'll go to the number 8 spot, and Casey Shotwell goes number 3. On the right-hand side, on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack, that is Letitia Hughes from Smith Grove, Kentucky. Kevin McCotter, Clio, Michigan, on the right-hand side. And Letitia strikes the tires. Kevin McCotter on the top end, 916, 145. That may be the first time I've ever seen Letitia Hughes strike the tires. Maybe got a little too aggressive, maybe with the setup, and I was going to put her on at the bottom of the qualifying order at 1486. But with 1 qualifying session down, many more to go. She'll definitely have an opportunity. It's Kevin McCotter, 916, 145. He'll go number 9. Casey Flora, left side, top end. 861.1, Casey Flora goes to the top. Yes, you can call Reinhardt and Bristol. Tell him I stole his catchphrase. Right-hand side goes to number 2 spot as we need the Cobra Jet Showdown. To the lanes, please. Cobra Jet Showdown. First qualifying section lanes, please. As Terry Beefcake Reeves out of Bethel, Ohio. Your next pair. So Beefcake having problems there on the launch. As again, Cobra Jet Showdown. To the stage lanes, please. Chad Smith, Carlisle, Ohio, next to go. $991, $121 for Chad Smith. That'll be it for Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Go to Richmond Gear Factory Stock. For Tom Mueller, Damian Stevens on the left side here in Richmond Gear Factory Stock. Top end quarter mile, 1022, 126 miles per hour for Damian. He'll go to the number 1 spot. Tom Mueller out of Mainville, Ohio, 1073, 127, going to number 2 spot. As next up, Chris Lee, Matthew Williams. Williams out of Colts Neck, New Jersey. 2003 Mach 1, and Chris Lee from Michigan, 86 Mustang with a 5.0 liter Coyote motor. So here we go. And there goes Matthew Williams. Looks like he's going to try to make a charge for the number 1 spot, top end of the racetrack, 10:21 with an 8, 133 miles per hour for Matthew Williams. And you can say hello to your new number 1 qualifier, Matthew Williams, by 7,000ths of a second, 11:22.9, 126 for Chris Lee, as Gary Windsor from Pasadena, Maryland, and Chris Neibauer from Girard, Pennsylvania on the right side, 2 runners from the East Coast. Ready to go. Ryan Heacock's crew team for Gary Windsor. And Neibauer struggled a little bit that first 60 feet. Windsor making a charge for number 1. Not quite, 1033, 128 miles per hour. Neibauer, 1060, 129. So Windsor go 3, Neibauer number 4. As Scott Grove and Brian Gardner. Scott Grove from Villa, Indiana, the 93 Mustang on the Summit side of the racetrack. And Brian Gardner, Evansville, Indiana, his 79 Mustang. And we're clean and green again. Look at him go. Looks good. Looks real good. Top end of the racetrack. 10:27, 130 for Gardner. He'll go number 3. 10:73, 8, 122 for Scott Grove. He'll go to the number 7 spot. As our next pair, Mark Anderson out of Bloomington, Illinois, and Frank Broncasio out of Canfield, Ohio, his 91 Mustang. And we are clean and green. Again, folks, watch the scoreboards. Whatever car gets there first, their ET will be in green. Who got their second, their ET will be in red. Top of the racetrack, 10:31.31 for Frank to a 10:21.8 for Mark at 128 miles per hour. He'll go to the number 2 spot, rating the exact same ET as Matthew Williams. But again, remember, as we talked about earlier, the tiebreaker is mile per hour, and Matthew was nearly 5 miles an hour faster. So he'll get the position as Mike Bowen, the multi-time NMRA World Champion, the Powerhouse Automotive 71 Maverick, Girard, Pennsylvania, is ready to go. There goes Mike. Top end. 10:18, 130 miles an hour for Mike Bowen, and the last car down is the number 1 qualifier. I'll give you the quick rundown of the 11 cars that ran. Chris Lee, 11th at 11:22 with a 9. Number 10, Scott Grove, 10:73.8. Todd Mueller, number 9 at 10:73.1. Chris Neibauer in the 8th spot, 10:60 with a 3. Gary Windsor, 7 at 10:33.2. Frank Brincassia, number 6 at 10:30 with a 3. They have Brian Gardner in the 5 spot, 10:27.7. Damian Stevens in the 4 spot, 10:22.5. But again, Matthew Williams and Mark Anderson both ran 10:21 with an 8. And again, by rule, whenever you have 2 cars tied in ET, the first tiebreaker is mile an hour. The second tiebreaker, if it were needed, is who ran it first. Well, Matthew Williams got both tiebreakers as he was nearly 5 miles an hour faster, and he ran it first. So Mark Anderson will go 3, Matthew Williams 2, and Mike Bowen, almost 4/10 quicker, goes 10:18 with a 1 at 130 miles an hour. As again, a little touch up here before we go into our next category. Bowen, number 1 qualifier. Yeah, that first qualifying session of Richmond Gear factory stock. In the meantime, don't forget our next race in July at US 131 Motorsports Park. There in Martin, Michigan. Jason Peterson, wife Stephanie, son Samuel, the entire team of their US 131 Motorsports Park decided to have the NMRA and the NMCA back for the 3rd of 3 combo races this year, which actually will be race number 5 for the NMRA, race number 4 for the NMCA. The NMCA, I believe, will be here in August. And then the NMCA will finish their season at Indianapolis in September, and the very next week, the last weekend of September, cross into October, the NMRA All Ford World Finals and the Holly Intergalactic Ford Fest. They're at Beach Bend Raceway Park. They're in Bowling Green, Kentucky. If you want more information on all these events, go to NMRAdigital.com Or to find out about the next time the NMC will be here in August, go to nmcadigital.com. So get another moment or so, and we're going to do it. In the meantime, we got coming up next here, we have Coyote Stock, but then we got the Cobra Jet Showdown coming up as well. It's Carl Tasca. Yes, he is related to Bob Tasca, who drives a Nitro Funny car within the NHRA Cape World Series. They'll be here in a couple of weeks. It'll be Summer Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals here at Norwalk. So here's Carl. 1:23 reaction time. Top end quarter mile. Carl Tasca clicked it off at the 1,000-foot, 8:17 at 144 miles per hour. That would have definitely been a 7-second ride had he stayed all the way in, but clicked it off just about the 1,000-foot. Ed Bennett, Vincent Dastra, first pair out here in Coyote Stock. Ed Bennett, Carlton, Michigan. Vincent Dastra, Amberg, Pennsylvania, here in Coyote Stock. .978 136 or 984 136. And Ben will go to number one spot as Frank Paultanis and Randy Soper. GT500 Unlimited to the lanes, please, for qualifying. GT500 Unlimited to the lanes for qualifying. Randy on the right side, Frank on the left. goes Frank, first into the nines a couple years ago in Coyote stock, top of the racetrack, 978, 131 miles per hour, 1066, 136. Also, thank you, Jessica. I don't know for what yet, but I'm sure I have to thank you for something. $68 for Randy as Chad Stevens, who former winner here, Tim Matthew in the right side. There you go, Chad, picking up those front wheels, setting them down. Sticking right with Tim Matherly. Top end of the racetrack. 977, 133 to a 994, 136. Oh, and Chad Stevens on that run, should I tell you where he went? Damien, you want to know? How about Chad Stevens goes number 1? There you go. Also, if you have a golf cart or a scooter that's parked in front of lanes 11 and 12, it needs to be moved immediately. That is not a parking area. So if you have a golf cart or a scooter that is parked in front of lanes 11 and 12, you need to move it now. That is not a parking area. There's Jacob Lamb. Looking to see if he can make a charge for number 1 spot. Not quite. 10:00 with a 6 at 135 miles per hour for Jacob Lamb at Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. He'll go to number 6 spot. As next up, shifting Shane Steinmetz and Greg Creamer. Now, Shane struggled on his test run earlier today. What more like be a run he'd rather forget. Greg Creamer, right side. Floyd's Knob, Indiana, his 89 Mustang on the right side. Again, if you have a golf cart or a scooter that's parked in front of lanes 11, 12 by that gate there, you need to move it immediately. It will not be long before we call cars in lanes 11 and 12, and your golf carts and your scooters and such cannot be sitting there. Here we go, Shane Steinmetz, Greg Creamer. Much better for shifting Shane. Top end quarter mile, Shane Steinmetz. 977, 136. He'll go solidly into the top 5. Number 4, Creamer, 995 at 134. So again, folks, like I said, please do not park your golf cart, your scooters at any time in the front of lanes 11 and 12. That is not a parking area. Thank you. Sean Olson, Vienna, Ohio. His 1966 Mustang Coupe. There goes Sean. Going through the gears here. And doesn't look like he's going to make it into the 9-second zone. 10:03 with a 3, 133. GT500 Unlimited, need you to the lanes, please, for qualifying. GT500 Unlimited, need you to the lanes for qualifying. Let's always get GT500 Street to the lanes, please. GT500 Street for your first session qualifying to the staging lanes, please. So Tim Donovan and John Leslie Jr. Top end. 993, 134 for Tim. John, 999 with a Ford, 134.86 miles per hour. The trip card, Jason Deach. Trip Carter, the restaurant owner out of Tennessee. Jason Dietz, Edgerton, Ohio. This Trip. Top end. 988, 135. Trip Carter, Jason Dietz, 1001, 133. So Chad Stevens, by 7,000 of a second, will hold on to the number one qualifying spot. One down, more to go. All right, here we go. So Claire Stewart, Milford, Michigan, former NMRA champion. Claire. Top end. 940, 140 miles per hour there for Claire Stewart. So now we have Cobra Jet Showdown, Robert Lawrence, Steve Trombley. Perfect light for Steve Trombley. Top end 908 at 150 miles per hour, but Steve Trombley goes trip zip on the reaction time. Tony Jarvis and Dennis Hilliard. As red line starter for Dennis Hilliard, Tony Jarvis left side, top of the racetrack. 882, 150 for Jarvis, 937, 146 Dennis Hilliard. As I need true street, 2 lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. True street. Brought to you by the good folks at Circle D Specialties and Torque Storm Superchargers. True street. You are need the lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. And as Cobra Jets qualify on reaction time, Paul Brodick and Brody Dougherty. There they go. .901, 149 to an 863. For Brody at 163 miles an hour. Next up, Robert Warden out of Munith, Michigan. Works for the Ford Parts Division. Robert striking the tire. Top end, 1008, 150. Again, True Street, Circle D Specialties and Torque Storm Superchargers, True Street. Can you do the lanes, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, the car show awards today are at 4 p.m., just under an hour from now in the main car show tent. All participants for awards are in the same location. Cobra Jets, Salines, SVTs, Fox Bodies, all car show participants at 4 o'clock today in the main car show tent. So again, all the car show awards today are at 4 p.m. this afternoon. That's for, the Cobra Jets, the Salines, SVTs, Fox Bodies, all participants in the car show. Their awards today are at 4 o'clock in the main car show tent. .1084, 121 miles per hour to 1217 and 107. As Todd Early from Hicksville, Ohio, and Thomas Brown from Perry, Ohio, in his 2014 Cobra Jet for Thomas, and Todd 2016 Cobra Jet. Red light for Todd. Top end, 928, 148 to a 903, 149. Next pair up will be Melanie Cox, left side, out of Mesa, Arizona, and Jackson Snyder from Rogersville, Missouri. Start both sides. Top end, Jackson Snyder, 841, 164. 910, 146. Rolando Garcia and Paul Zvinicki. Start both sides. Top of the racetrack, Paul Zvinicki, 936, 139 to a 1048 at 140 miles per hour for Rolando Garcia out of Miami, Florida. Stephen Hall, left side of Sweeney, Texas, his 68 Mustang, and Hayden Bean, out of Ohio, the diesel technician, the 69 Mustang. Go. Top end, 982, 133 to a 1022, 128 for Stephen Hall. 97.28. Top of the racetrack, 8:45 and 162. Pulling the chutes. 10:25, 111.89 for Joseph Lopez from Bonita Springs, Florida. As our next pair, Richard Rogers, Dearborn Heights, Michigan, and his Cobra Jet. Watch race Cobra Jet and Paul Rittenauer. Brownsburg, Indiana. We'll be headed to the NMC. We'll be headed to his home racetrack there in September for the NMCA World Street Finals. There at Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. There goes Rogers, double red light start. Top end, 880 with a 0 at 153 miles per hour for Richard. Paul, 1175 at 114.08 miles per hour. George Wright, Jimmy Lyons, top end. George Wright, Carlton, Michigan, 1055, 124. Jimmy Lyons from Port Chester, New York, 1268 and 100 miles per hour. Indeed, Don Keene. Nine 1,246 to a 1069, 123. So 3611 on the left side, Rusty Hall on the right. Red light start for Rusty Hall on the right side, but it's 858. 160 miles per hour there for the left side, Rusty Hall, 1076 at 105.09 miles per hour. So the next pair, Jeff Taylor, Billy Franklin here in GT 500 Unlimited. Jeff Taylor from Hudson, New Hampshire. Billy Franklin and Monroe, Georgia, a teacher by trade on the right side. .42, 146 for Jeff, 1033, 153 for Billy Franklin. And problems there for Jamie Holcomb. That car went, don't know if he missed a gear or what happened, but that car was charging. They just slowed. 1140 for Chad Mullins out of Craigsville, West Virginia, 141 miles per hour. Jamie Holcomb 18-14 at 64 miles per hour, and then not under power, was just after the 330 mark. Pedro Porto out of Pelham, New Hampshire. Here goes Pedro. Top of 1272 at 141 miles per hour. I believe that'll be it for the GT500 Unlimited. Jason Luck and Troy Fruger. And the GT500 Street category, 1192, 129 for Troy. Josh, Toledo, Ohio, 1191, 5, 124. $10.36 for Ron Martin, Dylan Royer, $10.25, 9, 143. Hayden Bozich on the left side, Richmond, Ohio. David Bishop on the right side, Edmond, Oklahoma. Junior Street to the lanes, please. Junior Street to the lanes, please. Jason Deeds Trailer Shows, Junior Street. Come on. Jeff Mays in Tampa, Florida. And car G200 on the right side. Here, GT500 Street. So $9.99 with a 6 to a 10.54 6 says, we'll go now, start with True Street. And later, tomorrow they had to go on a approximately 30-mile cruise to test street ability, and then they had to make 3 consecutive laps down the racetrack so they can see what they do there. Part of the True Street program. 956, 156 for Mike Niehaus. Michael Sanders, right, left side, Orland Park, Illinois, 1371. As next up, it'll be Mike Stortz out of Crooksville, Ohio, and Biddy Thornburg, Gibsonville, North Carolina. Top end of the racetrack. 1245, 121 to 1279, 109 miles per hour. Junior Street, need you to the lanes, please. Jason D. Sterling shows Junior Street to the lanes. Also, let's get bracket 3, bracket 2, and bracket 1 to the lanes, please. Junior Street, as well as brackets 3, 2, and 1 to the stage lanes, please. It's Philip McMillan, South Lyon, Michigan. PJ's Performance Detailing. There he goes. Had to pedal a little bit out there and rolls out of the throttle. So 1125, 92 miles per hour. Lewis Clark and Jeff Smith. Jeff top at 942 and 154 miles an hour. 1253 and 78 miles per hour. A lot of cars participating here today in the Circle D Specialties Torque Storm Superchargers True Street category. And you know, I'll tell you folks, again, for the fun runs, if you got a car out there and want some fun runs here, like I said, it's only $50 today. Make fun runs. Also, you can sign up for tomorrow and Sundays. Go to the NMRA registration trailer now for more information, not only for drag race fun runs, but autocross as well. So 1248 for Shannon Williams. Troy Thumb goes 1274. Bill Uncle, Sayreville, New Jersey, goes 1091.8, 127. Brian Krakowski goes 1802 at 63 miles per hour. As Casey Fife out of Seymour, Indiana, and Rodney Apperson out of Wamama, Florida. on the Ohio Cat side of the quarter mile. Comes there, Casey Fife. And he's pulling over the wall, getting out of the groove at least. (16:02), 116 for Casey. Rodney Apperson, 11:53 and 132. It's Jeffrey McCool out of Columbus, Ohio, and Austin Russell from Caledonia, Ohio. (10:22) there for Jeffrey McCool. Austin Russell, 13:17. R111 left side, Jerry Jones on the right. And Jerry rolled through the beams. (1498) with a 581 miles per hour. As left lane didn't go. 977, 140. Evan Flanagan on a solo. Andy Lee, Kimberly Wood. Rick Dorn left side, Dwayne Hickman on the right. Dwayne out of Spencer, West Virginia, and Rick Dorn from Deltona, Florida. There you go, clean and green again. Trying to find traction out there, going through the gears. There goes Dwayne Hickman. Top of the racetrack. 11:04, 124 to a 10:50, 112 for Dwayne Hickman. Plethora of cars here again, folks. In about less than 30 minutes from now, today's Car Show Awards will take place in the main Car Show tent. So then Car Show Awards for today will take place at 4 o'clock, just under 30 minutes from now, in the main Car Show tent. That's John Caldwell and Ken Boyle. $10:03 to $11.96. Eric McDonough out of Sulphur Springs, Ohio, and Ashton Hughes from Smith Grove, Kentucky. There we go. Barry X time went to Ashton. And the top end of the quarter mile, 12:27, 119 there for Eric. Well, Ashton, 13:18, 105 miles per hour. Mike Baker at Chesapeake, Virginia, in car 150 on the right side. So Jeff Daly, right side, Sandusky, Ohio. On the top end goes 14:22 as the left side went about 10, 15 feet and bang. So the start line officials will give him a push. There you go, fellas. There you go. I'm telling you, sometimes, folks, pushing those cars back is not as easy as it looks. All right, so I got the car backed out of the way. We got Mike Rohrabacher out of Chelsea, Michigan, and Bill Elliott. Not the Bill Elliott, not awesome Bill from Dawsonville, but this one's from Ohio in the tile flooring business. Rohrabacher and Bill Elliott. $10.34, 133 to a 10.73, 138. Eighth seat, James Tuttle. Time of 1385 to a 9:55. Final call for bracket 3, bracket 2, bracket 1 to the lanes, please. Final call for brackets 3, 2, and 1 to the stadium lanes, please. Again, final call for bracket 3, bracket 2, and bracket 1. Stadium lanes, please. Final call. Yeah, Alan Sharp, left side, St. Mary's, Ohio. Car 169. 1186, 112. Or 122, rather, 1409 88 miles per hour. William McKinney rides out Youngstown, Ohio. Taking car 164. $11.92 to a 14.87. All right, so next pair of Circle D Specialties, Tour Storm Supercharged True Street rolling on up. Christopher Elliott from North Ridgeville, Ohio, and Eli Richards at Troy, Missouri on the right side. Starting on advance, not by much, went to Eli, but there goes Christopher Elliott in the top end quarter mile, goes at 12:25 at 105 miles per hour, or 14:04 at 82.87. So next pair up, Rick Meddy out of Luna Pier, Michigan, and Dave Hopper from Monroe, Michigan. His brand new 2023 Mustang GT on the right side. Top end, 1132, 126 to 1184 at 118. Diamond 12-3 for Josh Heyman at Monroeville, Ohio. Jeff Ridner at Monroe, Michigan, 1850 at 48 miles per hour. So Procopio Cusimano in Monroe, Michigan goes 1484, 93 miles per hour to a 947, 154. Summit Motorsports Park today, where they got a lot of great events coming up over here for the next several weeks, including, like I said, the NHRA Summit Race Equipment Nationals coming up at the end of this month. Of course, they have the 9 Fire in August, and of course, the Halloween Classic. One of the marquee events, lots of great stuff in between, so make sure you go to SummitMotorsportsPark.com for all the information there. Is Mike Pretty at Wakeman, Ohio, and Jerry Wingard at Lorain, Ohio. Top end 1270 to 1450. Yes, sir. Lenino Icabella on the left-hand side. There's Mike Javanis at Wall Township, New Jersey, taking on car 170. And Javanis having issues on the launch. Trying to stick with it. And look, he's just going to idle on down. Top of the racetrack. 1348, 109 or 1429, 86 miles per hour. So that'll be it for True Street. Let's go around. We got Junior Street coming up next. And ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and give you a brief overview of the Junior Street category. Now, this is directly from the website from the NHRA. NHRA introduced their new youth racing program for 13, 16-year-olds that will give teenage boys and girls the opportunity to race against their peers in full-body street vehicles with an adult co-driver as their teammate that combines racing and car safety. This is an inexpensive program to help meet the demand for teenagers wanting to drive fast, but best of all, it's a way for families to use drag racing as a learning tool and a conduit for family bonding. Those are the words of Josh Peterson, the NHRA Vice President of Racing Administration. In the Junior Street program, they go through an orientation and licensing procedure on the 1/8 of a mile in their vehicles, and they also have a co-driver that is with them as well. So again, Junior Street, a good opportunity to get the kids, that want to, run full-body cars, their first opportunity. So here we go. It's on the 1/8 of a mile. Here in the Junior Street category. Bracket 3 coming up here in just a moment. Again, Wade, don't forget strawberry for me. 939, 74 miles per hour for Jaden Deach. Now we got bracket 3 coming up next. They're the only bracket category that is a quarter mile here. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I remind you to please do not park your golf carts or your four-wheelers, your pit vehicles, in the crosswalk. And again, that is at the request of Summit Motorsports Park. Please do not park your golf carts or your four-wheelers or pit vehicles in the crosswalk. So if you have a golf cart that has red and gray seats on it, I believe it looks like a Canadian flag on the front, and a green ATV. Again, at the request of Summit Motorsports Park, you cannot park your golf carts or pit vehicles in the crosswalk area, please. Dylan Ertz, Andrew McConnor, in bracket 3. Top end 1041.39 to 1197.121. Don't forget about, we are less than 20 minutes, about 12 minutes away from the Car Show Awards. Again, today's Car Show Awards will be at 4 o'clock in the main Car Show tent. The main Car Show tent, 4 o'clock this afternoon. So again, all the Car Show Awards today, 4 o'clock in the main Car Show tent. For all makes and models today, 4 o'clock. For the Cobra Jets, the Salines, the SVTs, Fox Bodies. Today's Car Show Awards, 4 o'clock, about just a little over 10 minutes away in the main Car Show tent. Red light start for the left side. You're in bracket 3. I start both sides. That's Adam Root and Lance Oberg. Top end. 12:10, 110 to 13:27, 107. Again, folks, we're also a little more than an hour away from the NMRA pre-party at 5 o'clock this afternoon. From 5 to 7, the NMRA pre-party in the Big White Tent, the Manufacturers Midway. Of course, everyone is welcome to attend. Then from 7 to 10 will be the Sticker Dude Party, and we're going to have a lot of fun. A lot of drivers, past champions, legends from the past, present, and the future of the NMRA Ford National Series will be there. Again, we invite all of you to come out and join us at the 5 to 7, the NMRA pre-party, then the Sticker Dude Party right afterwards from 7 to 10. As Danny Toe, the Harlan Sharp machine, goes to 1171, 111 to a 1568, 90 miles per hour. Here, old school truck. It's Chris Williamson and Clifford Moore. $14.87, 92 miles per hour to $21.07, 55 miles per hour. As here our bracket program, our bracket time trial here at Summit Motorsports Park. And red lights are both sides. That's Keith Mills on the left, George Tisdale on the right. 1295 for Keith, 103 to a 1063, 131 for George out of Palm City, Florida. Jeff Daly from Sandusky, Ohio, and Brendan Meisner. As Brendan Meisner rolled through the beams, will not get a time. Jeff Daly, 15.98, 91.61 miles per hour. .1201, 115 to a 1221 at 108. So Chris Graff and Cyrus Sherry here at bracket 2. In bracket 2, they race on the 8th mile. Bracket 3 is the only other 3 bracket categories that's on the quarter mile here this weekend. Chris Graff, Columbia, Missouri. Cyrus Sherry, Port Clinton, Ohio. Like I said, hope everybody's enjoying themselves here at the Mickey Thompson Tires NMRA Ford Homecoming. In today's Car Show Awards, in about 5 minutes, in the main Car Show 10, again, today's Car Show Awards, all makes and models. Today's Car Show Awards, today at 4 p.m. in the main Car Show tent. 670, 401 miles per hour to 800, 90 miles per hour. Top at 648 to a 646. And I think I got me some ice cream here. Raspberry fudge cordial. It's Brian Cuda, New Boston, Michigan. $6.55, 103 for Brian to a 6:48, 105. As Matt Dolby, London, Ohio, left side, and no information on the right hand side just yet, but we're getting there. Aaron Toole, right side. Top end, 660, 106. Aaron, 732, 94 miles per hour for the left side. Let's go and get fun runs to lanes 11 and 12 on the southern side of the racetrack. Fun runs to lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. Fun runs. Lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the race course. 652, 105 to 823, 87 miles per hour. Again, I recommend the Raspberry Fudge Cordial. I recommend it. It's good. Actually, all the ice cream is good down there. Again, fun runs to lanes 11 and 12 on the Summit side of the racetrack. Fun runs, lanes 11 and 12. On the Summit side, please. As let's mob up a little bit in that left-hand lane before we go to Bob Thomas at Canfield, Ohio, in his 73 Maverick. And take it on car VX14 as they wait patiently. As you see, Evan Bader says, "Okay, guys, let's do this." And actually, they may be backing him all the way out, so he would be on hold for a little bit. So they may be getting ready to bring out the tractor, perhaps, and that will be the case. So I'm going to be on hold here for a minute while the officials take care of that left lane here at Summit Motorsports Park. And the Car Show Awards are beginning in about 2 minutes over there on the car show, the main car show tent. So again, the Car Show Awards about 2 minutes away over there on the Summit side of the racetrack. I mean, in the main car show tent. And like we said, we're talking about a lot of great events coming up here for Summit Motorsports Park on the rest of their season. Like this weekend, got the Biggie Thompson Tires Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming. And of course, on June 22nd through the 25th, you have the 70th Annual Summit Race Equipment NHRA National, the big national event here. And of course, the July 28th through the 30th, have the 22nd Annual Lingenfelter Performance Blue Suede Cruise, written by Commander Gasket there. And of course, on August 5th, the 46th Annual Cornwall Tools Night Under Fire here in Norwalk. They have the 22nd Annual the NMCA All-American Nationals here August 25th through the 27th. Also, don't forget, folks, mark your calendars for October 7th through the 15th, the Trans-Tech Halloween Classic 50, presented by Harlan Sharp right here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Go to summitmotorsportspark.com for all the information on all their upcoming events. So it's that, like I said, the national event here in 2 weeks. And the Cornwall Tools Night Under Fire, August 5th. That'd be cool. And also make sure you download the free Summit Racing Equipment app on your phone, especially for racers. Because all paper time slips are given out on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. That ET booth over on the right-hand side. But if you're on the left side, you can and all you fans out there, all drivers, you can download the free Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park app on your phone, and you can get your time slip right there on your phone. You can screenshot it, you can share it. It's right there. And it's free for your Android or your Apple devices. As now we're ready to go with Bob Thomas and car VX14. $729 to a $663. Greg Kish, Macon, Michigan, goes 6:05, 112 to 6:69 at 100 miles an hour on the left side. Okay, folks, still a lot more qualifying to go here. Our Sports and Index classes, they'll have 2 rounds of qualifying today, as well as 1 more round of qualifying for our heads-up cars. Jackson, car 3361. There we go. 65 Cyclone there for Paula. 629, 108 to 674 at 100 miles an hour. Today's car show awards going on right now as we speak. Forget the Bigfoot 1. Yeah, tomorrow, along with the stadium truck, the Bigfoot stadium truck will be crushing cars 3 times tomorrow. So again, they bring the kids out and witness all the fun with the original Bigfoot 1 and the stadium Bigfoot here tomorrow. .97, 99 miles per hour for Jerry Woods. Let's continue on bracket 1. John Pickering, Troy, Ohio. On the right-hand side, taking the car 1964. Here, bracket 1. No 56 rack time there for Pickering. There goes left-hand side, top 8 mile. How about a 479 at 152 miles an hour, 535 and 128. The right side. Rod Peck of Troy, Ohio. Then car B349. And double one react time on the left side. Rod Peck goes 543, 130 miles per hour, 646 at 107. Tend to the pits. Let's go ahead and get ARP open comp to the stage lanes for your first session of qualifying. ARP open comp to the stage lanes for your first session of qualifying. ARP open comp for your first session of qualifying. The stage lanes, please. 676, 101. Judd Phillips, 570, 118. .545, 125. West McPeak, Greg Meyer, 602, 114. Gene Lamshire and his dragster out of Lorain, Ohio, and Gary Varney from Elmo, Ohio, in his 85 Thunderbird. Very similar to one that the late great 10-time NHRA Pro Stock World Champion Bob Glidden drove. I'm sure he won quite a number of his 85 career wins in that Thunderbird. Actually had a funny car style roll cage in one of them, if I remember correctly. There's Gene. 501 to a 556. So 501 to 556. As next up, RX207, RX27 left side, 8131 on the right. As again, folks, if you haven't gotten your ice cream yet from down there, you better go get it. I'm telling you, this ice cream is awesome. It's 270638. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we talked earlier today about we have a lot of special guests that we're going to be bringing to the microphone up here. Mr. Steve Saline came up here, and it was an honor and privilege to get to interview him. I'm bringing two more guys in here, but they don't know which one of them's going first. They don't know. Jim Ronzello has a very special Cobra Jet. I'm going to bring Jim up here with me. Come on, I won't hurt you. Now, Mike Washington, that's a different story, but we can't share that story with PA, this G-rated show. So, Jim, first of all, welcome to the Ford Homecoming. How you doing?
I'm great. How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. So, when you heard about this homecoming event, all the stars, the cars of the of NMRA's past, present, future being here, I mean, I know you had to be thinking, I got to be here for this.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a nice place to be for a weekend.
So tell us a little bit about your Cobra Jet car. It's a very nice looking car.
Well, it's your standard 2010 Cobra Jet, other than the fact that it was the first car that Ford tested.
Nice. So what's your quickest you've ever been in this car?
Quickest we've ever been?
Yes, sir.
I think 852. It's got an 850 cage, so we got to be careful to keep it back.
So if you put me in the car, I might go 850 in the 60 foot. So
We can go 850 with you in the car.
to the 60 foot, but
We can go 850 with you in the car.
well, you
Tune it up a little bit.
so wait a minute. You want to put me in that car and go 850s?
No, I'm just saying it would.
Oh, smart man. So again, like I said, being a part of this great weekend here, you know, like I said, Steve Saline here, and how about this racetrack here at Summit Motorsports Park? The baiters and the staff, they go through everything to have a good, make sure you racers have a great experience. Do they not?
They do a bang-up job always. It's 100% here. People are jealous that we live in this part of the country because of this track. Ice cream at $3 is still a deal.
Absolutely not. And like I said, I'm munching on some raspberry fudge cordial right now. So, Jim, thank you for joining us. Now we're going to bring Brian in here. So, Brian, how you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. So, again, when you heard about this Ford Homecoming event, 20th anniversary season of the NMRA, I mean, you're probably thinking, well, I'll put the G-rated verse. Like, man, I got to make sure I'm here that weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, NMRA from, the beginning, the National Mustang Racers Association, all the cool stuff they did when the 5-liter Fox bodies were king. Now you look back at those cars and compare to the modern Cobra jets, not quite as aggressive as we thought we were back in the day.
It's Mike Washington playing with something back there. But again, I'm sure you want to echo Jim's sentiments about this racetrack, just how immaculate everything looks from the racetrack, the grass, everything. It's like, I mean, this is definitely one of the most pristine sporting facilities I've ever seen.
It's second to none, right? I mean, this is America's track. This is where you want to be. The track is always groomed perfectly. The grounds are beautiful. And the people that own the track care about the people that are here. They want to make you have a good time. Not make you have a good time, they want to ensure you have a good time having the track there, right? So you can't say enough good things about the owners of the track, the baiters, and what they do for the racers.
Absolutely. What about like the NMRA with Steve Walcott and how about Raleigh Miller, 10 years with the Pro Media organization and what they put together for this great weekend? It just all comes together, doesn't it?
It does. And, again, it takes a lot of dedication. I mean, to be able to put these events together, the 6 events a year for NMRA, 6 for NMCA, and then the combined 2, so total 10 events. It's just, a lot of effort to get the people here, to have the track prep, to have the crew here, the tech guys, down to everything. And the great thing about it here too is, they want to, make sure that the racers know, hey, it's time to go up. It's not like, they want you to miss a call. If you notice someone's not there, they go out looking for you. So it's super professional, super well done. And, being here this weekend, you just wouldn't want to miss it between, the Fox Body reunion, which way back in the day, Race Pro 5.0. And then now with George Wright deemed it the 21st century Cobra jets. Jimmy, he didn't, say it, but, Jimmy was the first test driver for those cars for Ford Performance back in the day. I ran Ford Performance. And, so it's even extra special to have Jimmy here. And I remember, to show what a good driver he was, we were at a different track that didn't have the prep that this track has. And we were trying to make a pass with an automatic C4 power glide, C4 trans brake. And the car would not go down the track, up in smoke every time. So I go to Jimmy, I go, don't use a trans brake, just pedal it. Just foot brake it. And he did, and it stood on the back bumper. And Jimmy just pedaled the car like a pro and brought it down very gently, and we were able to continue testing. So I remember that like yesterday.
Absolutely. Jim, anything you want to add?
Yeah. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
Okay, so when did you start announcing and where?
2005 at Maryland International Raceway. This is actually my 19th season doing this.
Okay, so you started at Maryland. Then how long did you work at Maryland?
Actually, I'm still there.
Oh, great. So then when did you kind of flare off to different
Probably, I want to say 2010 was my first travel race back in the old Mountain Motor Pro Stock series at 131, and then I started going to Rockingham, and when NMRA, NMCA for a couple years came through Maryland, that's where I met Raleigh and Steve Walcott, and then that's how I kind of got hooked, them, and then 2019 did my first NHRA national event, and like I said, here we are. 19 years, and I'm loving it.
Okay, because I've seen your name before and people seem to love you. I'm just kind of curious where you started and where it came from. So, wait a minute, I'm interviewing you.
See, I'm not used to being on the other side of this, but yeah, 19 years. Actually, my dad got me started. My dad got me started in drag racing, just going to the local track, and I never would have dreamt in a million years that I'd be getting to do this. So it's definitely a true blessing to get to do it.
Okay, very good. I'm glad to know that. But I wanted you to, he mentioned something about me. But you said you race or you do this at some NHRA events. You might notice Copo Camaros there, maybe one or two.
Yeah.
Drag pack challengers.
Yeah.
Cobra Jets, one or two.
Yeah.
Maybe taking over stock and super stock eliminator.
Ooh, could be. Okay. Could be.
What you don't know is this man, Brian Wolf, is responsible. He's responsible for it because both Chrysler and Chevrolet were backing down. Brian put these Cobra Jets into action. We showed at Pomona, and the other manufacturers were besides themselves and had to come. So they all came to the table, and that's why we are where we are today.
First on race day, right?
That's right.
All right, well, Jim, Brian, guys, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us. Jim Ronzella and Brian Wolf hanging out with us up here at Race Control in the announced position. I tell you what, we'll definitely have more celebrities and special guests throughout the day as they're headed for ice cream. Thank you, and thank you, Claire, Stuart, for bringing these guys up. We greatly appreciate it. Good luck this weekend, sir. All right. All right, let's go. OpenCom qualifying. Again, they qualify based on reaction time, but they take their best ET in qualifying to track 1/10 of a second. That is their index for eliminations later on this week, and we'll get to that point. As Dennis Korn and is an engineer in the 88 Thunderbird in Elmer Long from Columbus, Ohio. He's a resource coordinator. So Dennis Korn came out first right out of the box. This one went trip zip in that Summit lane. He had 0.55 light on his second attempt. This time he goes 0.60. So Elmer Long will be on the top of the heap right now at 0.16. Top end for Dennis Korn. He goes a 9.28 at 145 miles an hour for Dennis Korn. Elmer Long goes 11.34 at 117. Cameron Bowles on the right-hand side of the racetrack at Madisonville, Kentucky. In that 05 Mustang, and Bill Wittenauer out of Crestwood, Kentucky, his 89 Mustang. 016 to top it. How about Bill Wittenauer goes trip zip on reaction time? Cameron Bowles will go to the 2 spot at 007. 10:10 for Cameron, 11:61 for Bill Wittenauer. And I'm going to see if Mike Washington knows the answer to this. Who has the most perfect lights in the history of Summit Motorsports Park? Who has the most perfect reaction times in the history of this racetrack? It is not a Fletcher. I'll give you a hint. Carrie knows who it is. Miss Carrie, she knows the answer. The answer? The late, great Jim Weiner. I'm sure he had like a few hundred of them back in the day. 018 red light for Tom Hoffman. The points leader, Gordon Harlow, goes 025 on the tree. Top end of the racetrack, 10.00, 131 to 10.21, 119. Ray Williams Sr. in the 2021 Ford F-350, and Terry Hennell. Terry finishing number 5 in the championship last year. And so go ahead and get CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning should be coming to the staging lanes, as well as HP Tuner Super Stang. So again, HP Tuner Super Stang and CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning should be coming to the lanes for your first session of qualifying. As next up will be James Johnson Jr. and Braden Creamer. .054 react time for James Johnson Jr. 080 for Braden Creamer. As again, the car show awards going on right now as we speak. We're about 40 minutes away from the NMRA pre-party here this evening. Jeremy Massett and Michael Charon. Charles Atkinson and Kevin Boogeyman Sanders. All righty, the man Mike Galimi here with us, longtime member, with us on the Pro Media team as top of the racetrack. 10:49, 127 at 12:25, 113. I'll tell you, this is definitely a reunion here at the NMRA Ford Homecoming, brought to you by the good folks at Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. To 10:14. HP Tuner Super Stang. And Truck and Lightning. CJ Pony Parts Truck and Lightning should go into the lanes. As Randy Crowley leapt before the tree, will not get a time. Dana Tabay, 1088 at 122 miles per hour. We're going to react time a little bit for Q2 later on this afternoon. As next up will be John Russell, Lebanon, Ohio, in the Maverick, and Brent Blacker. Yeah, Russell and Blacker. Red eye start for Brent Blacker. Top of the racetrack. 996, 128, 1003 at 99 miles per hour for John Russell. And the red light start for Brent Blacker as Bill Whitnow right now, your number one qualifier for that Trips in react time with Ronnie Hayslip and Kip Shanklin are next two. Here we go, Ronnie Hayslip, Kip Shanklin, and how about Ronnie Hayslip go to the 3 spot? 008 on the reaction time. Kip Shanklin goes 0:45, top of the racetrack, 9:06, 1:49. Ronnie Hayslip, Kip Shanklin, 11:12 and 1:22. Holloway, thank you, sir. I can't repeat what he said to me, but there you go. Again, one of our photographers there, Brian S. Photography. John M. Pickering, left side, Troy, Ohio, on the summit side of the racetrack, and David Woodside, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, that's 79. Capri got a 466 underneath the hood of that car. Red line 004 for Pickering. And see, he stands in all the way through the quarter mile, 9:20, 1:12 to a 10:16 at 1:02. As next up, Mike Winters from Shelby Township, Michigan in the 82 Mustang, and John H. Pickering, Troy, Ohio, 74 Maverick, 85 years young. John H. Pickering, 557 cubic inch Ford motor. As I need XCD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the lanes for your first qualifying session. XCD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the lanes for your first session of qualifying. Red light start for Pickering. Winters goes 013 on the Christmas tree. That'll put him in the sixth spot. Top at 9:17, 1:31 for John Mike Winters. 10:19, 1:31. (11:18), 82 miles per hour for Jason Dietz. John Gamble Sr. goes a 11:29. As next pair up, Brent Calvert in the Cobra Jet and Paul Zvinicki of Jackson, Michigan. (8:44), 162, 9:39 at 1:38. Kurt Neighbor, Stephen Hall. So here we go. There's Kurt Neighbor. Barb Neighbor, the crew chief on this car, top end. 900 with a 529 miles per hour for Kurt Neighbor. Stephen Hall goes 1180 with a 0 and 1 at 96.57 miles per hour. Those are Cliff Cree and Junior McKenzie. Top end 991, 109 to 1077, 124. Greg Bagnall, Larry Geddes. Larry, longtime racer here with us in the NMRA out of Barnesville, Ohio. And he'll go to the number 2 spot. I believe 002 react time. Greg Bagnall goes 007. Top end of the quarter mile there for Larry. 1140 with 115. 1176, 114 for Greg. Get XC Racing Clutch, Modular Muscle, you have been called. XC Racing Clutch, Modular Muscle, you have been called. Stage lanes, please. Saul Walker, the second of Acton, New Jersey. Red light start for Saul Walker. A long-time NMRA racer, goes 920, 149 miles per hour, right-hand side. Turns off the clock to 12:11, 110.06 miles per hour. As next up, Michael Olenchek out of Harvard, Illinois, in the 2000 Ford Escort. 358 cubic inches. Light start by a foul for Michael Olenchek. Here at 8, now let's go HCB2 to Super Stang. Jen Fahey, Brooksville, Florida, will go to the number 1 spot right now. 109 reaction time for Jen. Robert Marshall, Latart, West Virginia, the paramedic. 050 red, and Jen 1146 at 121 miles per hour to a 1401 and 106.00. As next up, Dale Aldridge and Chris Coyote Fury Rush. Again, for any folks just arriving here, you know, look when these two get ready to go down to the towards the finish line. Watch the top line of the scoreboard. Whatever car got to the finish line first, their time will be in green, and then the loser's time will be in red. Kevin McKenna, Jerry Jones. Do I start for Kevin McKenna? $11.05 to a 12.66. As Anthony Yeager and Matty Espute from Gambrills, Maryland. Pete, how are you, sir? The legend, the mayor of Gambrills. Wait, does Gambrills even have a mayor? So Anthony Yeager on the left side, top end 11:47 to a 12:07 for Matty. 115 miles per hour. So Anthony Yeager, Matty dispute going on through as Ray Williams, they call him Sleepy, had a 2012 Mustang GT taking on the world champion, multi-time world champion Marvin Knack at Lexington, Illinois. His 2011 Stifler's sponsored Mustang. Ford Muscle, need the lanes, please. Ford Muscle. The lanes, please, for qualifying. Ford Muscle. The lanes for qualifying. There we go, Rick Depew and Amanda Sod here in Truck and Lightning, brought to you by the good folks at CJ Pony Parts. Amanda Sod, 011 on the street, 1019, 129 miles per hour. Ricky Depew, Advent and Indiana, 1738. Johnny Wicker and Richard Parker. Top end, 877, 134 for Johnny, 1130, 117. $11.49, 116 for Mike. Todd Bowser goes 1191. Let's go ahead and get Tremec all-female True Street to the lanes, please. Tremec all-female True Street to the lanes, please. Tremec all-female True Street to the lanes, please. And Parker and Bob Dill. Remember Brian going 005 in the Christmas tree. Bob Dill going to work on his 094 a little bit. 919, 149, 2A, 1248, 107. Again, Tremec, all-female True Street. You have been called to the lanes. Gregory Collins and Mike Motika. Decatur, Michigan on the right side. At 79, Ford F100. They got the 91 Ranger. 009 react time for Gregory Collins. So 1171 to 1228 as Tim Jacobs on the right side, taking on truck 6027. Again, folks, a couple things here. First off, just directly from Summit Motorsports Park, I want to welcome everybody to America's Racetrack Summit Motorsports Park for the Mickey Thompson Tires Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming. They want to make sure everybody has a great time here. As I tell you what, the folks here at Summit Motorsports Park gone through a lot of hard work to get the facility looks absolutely immaculate. The ice cream is awesome, as it always is. I want to remind you that if you are driving around through the pit area, to make sure you please be careful. There are a lot of kids here this week, a lot of folks walking around, so we don't want anything to happen to anybody. So please be mindful of where you're driving and your speed as you're driving through the property. And also remind you to please make sure you keep all golf carts, all pit vehicles away from stage lanes 11 and 12 over there, as that is not a parking area. Stage lanes 11 and 12 are not a parking area. And also, please do not park any vehicles in the crosswalk in the staging lanes, please. Logan Day, Port St. Lucie, Florida, and Johnny Rush out of Decorah, Pennsylvania, here in XD Race Club Mod Muscle. $10.86 to $11.14. All right, also VP Race Matters Renegade will need you in the lanes in about 30 minutes for your second session of qualifying. It's Charles McCullough and Chris Graff getting ready. Start for Scott Lavelle on the right side, 006. Susan around the planet and goes 004 on the Christmas tree. Top of the racetrack, 951, 140 miles per hour, or 10.832 and 130 miles per hour. So again, folks, and also in about 15 minutes, the NMRA pre-party will begin in the manufactured midway under the big white tent there in the manufactured midway. And of course, everyone is more than welcome to attend. That's in 15 minutes, 5 to 7, the NMRA pre-party. Peter Blosser and Lee Blankenship. And it sounds like Blosser may have stuttered a little bit on the throttle. 002 red line there for Lee, 10.913, 128 for Peter Blosser, 11.17, 109 for Lee Blankenship. As Mike Reed and Chris Hammond are next two. Mike Reed and Chris Hammond. $11.94 to a 10.16. So Gary Parker, Adam Cox. Pen 10:01 132, 10:09 4 132. As Gary Parker and Adam Cox is our next player, James Meredith. Originally from Church, Texas, now Carlton, Georgia. Before 135 for James Meredith. West McPeak, 1240, 89 miles per hour. .11:02 121 there for James in Florida. Damian Lutz goes 14:11 97 miles per hour. Casket, Richmond, Texas. Austin Newstuder out of Arnold, Missouri. Rental I start for Lloyd McCaskill, 001 red. Bill Worstel and Chad Newenschwander here in Ford Muscle. We got Trumming all-female True Street back there as well. And it's time at 12:04 117, 1377 90 miles per hour. Here in the opening qualifying session here of Ford Muscle. .1176 111 to 12:05 116. Kevin the Boogeyman Sanders, Bob Cosby on the right side. So Bob Cosby, the former NMRA world champ. 2000, back in 04, 998, 111. Of course, my buddy Mike Washington was champion back in 2003. There you go, 1254 to a 998. It's a couple more cars to go. Gary Bates and Anthony Yeager are next two. Now we're going to go with Gary Bates and Anthony Yeager. I'd say we got a lot of great folks here. More coming. Got a lot of celebrities, dignitaries, some legends of racing, car performance. I mean, man, oh man. Plus, you never know who may just show up. You never know. You know, heard John Cena's a Ford guy. You never know. Gary Bates and Anthony Yeager, top end. 1098, 120 to a 1306, 91 miles per hour. As John Butsko and Cindy Hall battle of 63 Falcons. The Butsko from Pataskala, Ohio. Cindy Hall from Dellen, Florida. Top of the racetrack, 1228 to a 1301. And that'll be it for Ford Muscle. It's going to go to Tremec, all female, True Street. So we go, Tremec, all female, True Street. Stacy Jelinek out of Richmond, Illinois, and Beth Shodel out of Sylvania, Ohio. So the 2011 Ford Mustang GT and the 2002, 2002 Ford F-150. Mary Exxon going to go to Stacy on the Summit side of the racetrack. So Katrina Sharp, Danielle McGraw. Mary Exxon going to go to Katrina on the left-hand side, but Danielle's out front. 1286 and 106 miles per hour, 1458 at 96.41. All right, so 1458 to a 1286. As there's Miss Maddie at Gambril's, Maryland. Battery X not going to go to right-hand side. Top end, 12:22, 114 from Maddie to 13:37. As, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about party time. The NMRA pre-party begins about 2 minutes down there in the manufactured midway, the Big White Tent. And, of course, everyone is welcome to attend. So, again, the NMRA pre-party is beginning about 2 minutes from now. The NMRA pre-party in the manufactured midway, the Big White Tent from 5 to 7, then the Sticker Dude party from 7 to 10. So come on out and join us. Like I said, everyone is more than welcome to attend. And there are Melanie Blagger and Gabrielle Lujan. There goes Gabriella. Is by the 1,000-foot top of the racetrack, 10:00, 156 or 13:19 at 110 miles per hour. The next pair up will be Carrie DeSilva out of Smithville, Ohio, and Lauren Stoney out of Waterford, Michigan. Right here. Said the hood came up on the Carrie DeSilva car and it stopped right about just after the 8th mile. Wow. So we are going to be on hold here for a few minutes. It's not sure when the hood came, but the hood is flat, just came straight up. So Carrie's out of the car. See official, our coach chief starter John Clark has headed down, and Carrie got out of the car, put the hood back down, and driving off. That's in 19 years, I have never seen a driver do that. That was interesting. Taking the steps. I know. I think it might be on an ice cream break, to be honest with you. Run, run, run. There you go. Break time was over. All right, so see John's checking the racetrack out, make sure everything's okay. But again, never seen that before in my career. Driver getting out of the car because the hood came up, driver got out of the car, put the hood back down, and drove off. $13.58 to a $12.86. Allison Flanagan, Sabrina Wright. Now, there's a few more cars to go here in the all-female True Streak category brought to you by Tremec. That was, again, the pre-party, the NMRA pre-party beginning right now. The Big White Tent there in the manufactured midway. Come out and join us. Have a great time. Everyone, welcome to the 10. You know? We got beer. You already got one down there? Somebody just held a beer up down there in the grandstands. As Lisa Mack and Danielle Post. You got one for me too, right? So Lisa Mack, Blacklick, Ohio, Danielle Post from Woodstock, Illinois. Top end 10:21, 134 to 12:64, 108 miles an hour. And next up, it'll be Heather Flanagan out of Blacklick, Ohio, and Michelle Schwemley out of Bloomvine, Ohio. 65 Mustang on the right side, 2010 Mustang on the left. Mariak's not going to the left side, Heather Flanagan, but Michelle, 1069 to a 126 to a 1405 at 99 miles per hour. Charlotte Turnley and Jody Pingle. Charlotte out of Norwalk, Ohio, just down the street. Engine assembly technician Jody Pingle out of London, Ohio, truck driver. Identical 770 reaction time, top end of the quarter mile. Jody, 1471, 72 miles per hour to a 1662 at 84.02 miles per hour. As next up, it'll be Taylor Chaffee out of Fallbrook, California, and Andrea Woolard out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. Their react time by about 400ths of a second went to Andrea. And the top end, 1208, 114 miles per hour to 1562 at 89.62 miles per hour. So Macy McKenna, Englewood, Florida, and Kelly Bartlett from Barrio, Ohio. Top of the racetrack, 1024, 136 for Kelly. Macy, 1211 at 112. At 1497, 75 miles per hour for Elaine Moistner. As that'll be it for all-female Trucery brought to you by Tremec as we're doing track maintenance here. But when we come back, we're going to have the second session of qualifying for VP Racing Madness Renegade. We got heads-up qualifying coming at you next. So once again, folks, I said the NMRA pre-party is underway there in the manufacturing midway of the Big White Tent. Of course, like I said, everyone is more than welcome to attend.
Riding along in my automobile, my baby beside me at the wheel. I stole a kiss at the turn of a mile, my curiosity running wild, cruising and playing the radio, with no particular place to go. Riding along in my automobile, I was anxious to tell her the way I feel, so I told her softly and sincere, and she leaned and whispered in my ear, cuddling more and driving slow, with no particular place to go. Particular place to go. So we parked way out on the Kokomo. The night was young and the moon was gold, so we both decided to take a stroll. Can you imagine the way I felt? I couldn't unfasten a safety belt, riding along in my calaboose, still trying to get her belt to loose. Home I held a grudge for the safety belt that wouldn't budge, cruising and playing the radio with no particular place to go.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve train part worthy of the winner's circle.
It's all about feel. And this car, I love this car, but not when it hesitates. So I was looking for better performance. That's why I went with an Edelbrock AVS2 carburetor. No hesitation. The Edelbrock warranty. Great throttle response. Now when I punch it, it moves. Edelbrock, charge forward.
Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Second qualifier to lanes, please. Again, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Second qualifier to the lanes, please. Bob Zelenik. Currently number 2 qualifier, 466. Terry Wilson, number 1, 461.6. These two are the very first two to go down the racetrack, Q1. They're the first two to go down the racetrack now. Again, they must swap lanes each qualifying session. So Bob ran the right lane the first time. He's got to run the left, and vice versa. Terry Wilson, he ran the left lane first time. He's going to run the right lane this time. So Terry Wilson, the points leader, Pittsburgh, Indiana, number 1 qualifier, 461. Bob Zelenik, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, your number 2 qualifier, 466.8. As they get into the evening hours, it's a little, maybe just a tick warmer than it was earlier today. And again, they're running the 8th mile. Striking the tires there for Terry Wilson. Bob Zelenik, 468. He slowed down. He'll stay number 2. Terry Wilson struck the tires. He was 811 with a 2. 77 miles per hour. He'll stay in the number 1 spot. So no movement for either driver on that qualifying attempt. As our next pair, Jimmy Dahl on the left side at Lindenhurst, Illinois, and Bob Cook at Mokina, Illinois. Jimmy right now in the 5 spot, 44.7, 147. Robert Cook, Mokina, Illinois, 90 Mustang, goes number 3 at the present time at 480 with a 2. Dev a little warmer than it was earlier this afternoon in the first qualifying session. Again, we are right smack dab in the middle of the NMRA pre-party going on right now over there in the Manufacturers Midway, the Big White Tent. Of course, everyone welcome to attend. So Jimmy Dahl, Bob Cook. In Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Bring to the stage lanes for your second session qualifying, but here we go. Jimmy Dahl left side, Bob Cook on the right. Little stutter. Oh, Bob Cook got way loose out there. 45 for Jimmy. He'll stay number 5. But to say Bob Cook, that car darted towards the center line. He rolled out of the throttle, straightened it back out. But man, oh man, that was a little bit of a wild ride there for Bob Cook. He'll stay in the number 3 qualifying position. Jimmy Dahl will stay number 5. As next pair up will be Martin Connolly at Saylorville, Kentucky, number 7. On the qualifying order, 532, 117, a run he'd much rather forget. Chad Wendell on the Ohio Cat side of the race course. Number 4, 44 with a 1. Again, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. Martin Connolly, Chad Wendell. There we go, Connolly and Wendell. Martin Connolly, Chad Wendell. Trying to improve in their qualifying position. Currently number 7 for Connolly, number 4 for Chad. Looks much better for Martin, much better. 4 488 to a 482. So Chad Wendell, the only ones other than Conn to pick up, they're going to stay right where they're at, numbers 4 and 7. As on the left side now, it is Shelby Wendell, Portland, Indiana, and Becky Cram. To give you a little tidbit here, it was 5 years ago this weekend in Columbus. Becky Cram picked up her first ever win in the NMRA. And she beat Jason Henson in that final in Columbus 5 years ago this weekend. And I remember that because I actually called that race. So, Shelby and Becky Cram shrugged the tires, jumped back in the throttle. Top of the racetrack, 5:16 for Becky. Shelby, 5:57. I guarantee you neither driver going to be happy at all with those runs. Shelby goes number 8, Becky number 6. Keith Siborowski, left side. Out of New Baden, Illinois, car number 9 at 10:47. All right, so waiting on Siborowski here, waiting to give the all clear from the safety crew. Looks like down at the far end of the racetrack. And they're telling me it looks like we may have some fluid down there at the far end of the racetrack. So we are going to be looking under caution here for a little bit. So, anybody still got that beer for me down there in the grandstands? Oh, you got 2. Okay. Okay. So again, folks, now's a good time to go to Southeast on the rink from concessions and visit the NMRA Power Mall. And again, Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race has been called. Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race, who has been called for your second session of qualifying. As again, like I said, we do have some fluid down there at the far end of the racetrack, so they're going to facilitate a cleanup here. Richmond Gear, factory stock for your second session qualifying in the lanes, please. Richmond gear, factory stock. Your second session of qualifying to the station lanes, please. As again, just clean up a little bit of fluid down there in the front of the racetrack. Hopefully this will not take long at all. And then we'll go to Keith Siborowski, who waits patiently. Keith, you good over there? Sure. All right, so for the two folks that were going to bring me the beer, you gonna bring it up here? I got to come down there. They have no idea where I'm at. Nope, I'm not over there. Nope, I'm not up there either. Look behind you. After the show, I'll come join you after the show. But again, just get this cleanup taken care of. But again, we need Richmond gear, factory stock. Stage lanes, please. Richmond gear, factory stock. Stage lanes, please, for qualifying session number 2. So in the meantime, we can thank all of our great sponsors, great folks at Mickey Thompson Tires, Holly Performance Products, of course, VP Racing Fuels, and all the men and women that helped put this all together. Anderson Composites, Richmond Gear, QA1 Red Light Oil, Pro Charger, MBRP, Modular Motorsports, all the great folks who put it together. Hopefully we'll be back racing here in just a couple of minutes. Okay, wait a minute. We got to get something straight here. You know you're cool when you can show up to Summit Motorsports Park with an afro. Hold on. I got something for him. Hold on a second. Oh, he done messed up now. Let me find it. Here you go. They tell me the staff here at Norwalk has rhythm. 2, 3, there's like 6 of you down there. One of you just sat down. One of you is eating ice cream with a hat on. Yeah, the 6 of you. All right, oh, I didn't see the 7th guy there. There's 7 of you. I got a challenge for you. Do you accept the mission? Before I tell you what it is, you got to accept it. You got to accept it first. All right, he accepts, okay. All right, here's the deal. You have to, on live TV, you got to start dancing, okay? Hold on, let me find it. Ready? Look, see the summitracing.com sign? There's a camera right there. Ready? Do I gotta come down there and show you how to do this? Norwalk, do I have to go down there and show them how to do this? All right. Well, bad news is they're about ready to fire up Keith Siborowski, so. All right, fine, I'll do it from up here. I gotta do it from up here, though. Ready here? Come on, you first, go ahead. Come on, Norwalk. Wait, how do you do this again? Well, but actually, wait, I did something a little faster pace. Hold on a second. Hold on. Something I can actually dance to. Cupid shuffle, come on. Ready to do this? All right, come on. See, now my wife just saw that, so there you go. All right. And I believe we're going to do another lap here on the flat drag. But in all seriousness, we're having a good time here. But real quick, if you are active, reserve, or retired U.S. Armed Forces, first responders, do me a favor, stand up for me real quick. Active, reserve, retired U.S. Armed Forces. Anybody? Norwalk, need I say more? On behalf of all of us at Summit Motorsports Park and the NMRA, thank you for your service. We appreciate each and every one of you. And it's definitely our honor and privilege to have you here with the NMRA. And don't forget, the NMC will be here August 25th through the 27th. And of course, 2 weeks, Nitro here at Norwalk. As Keith Siborowski will be our last car here for VP Racing Matters Renegade. Let's go. All right, here we go. Keith Siborowski on the left side, number 9 qualifier, New Baden, Illinois. 10:47.1. Again, he, like couple others in that first qualifying session made a run he would much rather forget. So to get into the top half, has to go 484 with a 6 or quicker, get to the top half. Their second of 2 qualifying sessions today. They'll have a couple more tomorrow for final eliminations on Saturday evening and Sunday. And Siborowski strikes the tires again. A run he would much rather forget. Will stay in the number 9 spot at 848 at 78 miles per hour. All right, so let's go to Renegade still. Kelly Shotwell and Sandra Leslie. Kelly Shotwell and Sandra Leslie, neither one of these two made a qualifying attempt in that opening session. This will bring us to 11 cars. Alrighty. Both of them striking the tire. So Sandra Leslie, 620. Kelly Shotwell, 987. So Kelly goes number 11. Keith Zarowski will go 10. Sandra Leslie, 9. And Terry Wilson holds on to that number 1 spot. As now we will go to whatever it takes transmission parts limited street. Look at the got one pair here as numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers, numbers 1 and 2 in the world last year. Samantha Moore, More Throttle. On the left side, out of Brighton, Michigan, the world champion, the ET and speed record holder, the track ET and record holder, Stacy Roby. On the right side. Samantha Moore, number 1 qualifier, 790 with an 8. Stacy Roby starting line. Here comes Sammy Moore. She wants some more. Top end of the racetrack, 783, 175 for Samantha Moore. Wow. What a stellar run for Samantha Moore, and she missed the record by 3 thousandths of a second. And almost missed the speed record. I need Coyote Stock and Carl Tasca. Stage lanes, please. Coyote Stock and Mr. Carl Tasca. Stage lanes, please. Man, oh man, Samantha Moore missed the ET record by 3 thousandths of a second. Remember, under NMRA rules, you must break the record first, then go to tech to claim it. Then you got to back it up within 1%, then go down and claim the backup. Greg Phillips and Paul Sankowiz. This is Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. There we go, 860, the magic number. Top end of the racetrack. 864, 160 for Paul. Greg, 877, 157. Letitia Hughes and Kyle Sabrowski. Now, Letitia, she'll flat say that first session run, she wishes it never happened. Point blank. 1486 and only 86 miles per hour. Right now, number one qualifier is Casey Flora at 861 with a 1. Kyle Zaborowski in the 6th spot, 860 or 870 with a 5. Much better for Letitia. Red light for Kyle. Top end of the racetrack. 873 to an 865. Much better for Letitia Hughes. Kyle going to drop to the 7th spot. Letitia goes number 4. As Chris Tino on a solo run here on the right-hand side. Again, Coyote stock to the lanes, please. Coyote stock to the lanes. There goes Cristino. Top end, 846. He goes too quick. Will stay in the number 10 spot with that 877. Rick Baum and Bo Webb. Top end of the racetrack. 870, 158 for Bo Webb, 978 for Rick Baum. Casey Shotwell, Carlisle, Ohio, 869. And Terry Beefcake Reeves, struggling that opening qualifying lap himself. No. Look for 860 with a 0. Top end quarter mile. 860 with a 9. Casey Shotwell by 2 thousandths goes to number 1. 868.7 for Terry Beefcake Reeves. That'll put him in the 7th spot. Brian Larson, Kevin McCotter. Problems there for Kevin McCotter. That car way off the pace. Larson, 860 with a 7, and he goes number 1. Michael Hall and Casey Flora. Here we go. Top end quarter mile. 858 for Flora, 861 for Michael Hall. William Lujan next up. Again, folks, in 1 hour, we'll have the Sticker Dude party there right at the same spot that the NMRA pre-party is going on. So you folks are getting willing to stay for one party to the next. They'll be partying until 10 o'clock tonight. 864 for William Lujan at 159 miles an hour. Picked up over 3/10 from qualifying session number 1. As Chad Smith next up here. .966 121 there for Chad Smith. Black, 866. Current qualifying time. And Gavin Black, 873, 144. All right, get the Cobra Jet Showdown to the lanes, please, for qualifying session number 2. Cobra Jet Showdown to the lanes for qualifying session number 2. Let's go Richmond Gear Factory stock of Tom Mueller, Mainville, Ohio, left side. Matthew Brown, Lexington, Illinois. Matthew did not make qualifying session earlier today. And Matthew having problems there right at the hit. Tom Mueller trying to improve in that 1073 from earlier this afternoon, and will by quite a bit. 1040 with a 5 at 126.91 miles an hour. Matthew Brown struggles to a 1281 at 104. So Mueller goes to the 8th spot. Brown goes number 12. Mike Bowen still your number 1 qualifier. 1081-1 as Matthew Williams, left side, Colts Neck, New Jersey, in the 2003 Mach 1, and Chris Lee, Ovid, Michigan, in the 86 Mustang with Dan Lee as the crew chief. There we go. Top end. 1020 with a 0. For Williams, 1162 for Chris Lee. He picked up 0.6 of a second from earlier this afternoon, so a very solid run there. We'll go 10 for Chris Lee. Matthew Williams will stay number 2. Chris Neibauer, Gerard, Pennsylvania, left side, and Damian Stevens from Castor Center, Ontario, Canada, currently in the 4th spot. And that Mustang. There goes Damian Stevens. Top end. 1097, 129 there for Neibauer. 1234 for Stevens. Either one going to improve. They'll stay numbers 4 and 9 on the qualifying order. As Frank Brincasio, left side, Canfield, Ohio, and Gary Windsor from Pasadena, Maryland. Top end. 1020 with a 4, 131 to 1049, 129 for Gary Windsor. Brian Gardner left side. Mike Bowen, number 1 qualifier right side. Mike trying to improve that 10-18 with the 1. It's definitely there. 139 short. It's going to be close for Mike Bowen. Top end, quarter mile. Not quite. 10-19-8. 131 for Mike. 10-27-6. Brian Gardner improved by a foul. Scott Grove on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. The machinist. Currently 11th. That's 10-73 with an 8. Top end, 10-73, 123 for Scott Grove, as they'll keep number 11. So Mike Bowen, still on your number 1 spot for now. As again, we are less than an hour away from the conclusion of the NMRA pre-party, but the start of the Sticker Dude party. They're both in the same location. Again, come out and join us, have some fun. And the Cobra Jet Showdown needed to the lanes, please. Cobra Jet Showdown is needed to the staging lanes, please. Again, the Cobra Jet Showdown is needed to the staging lanes, please. All right, it's again the attention up. We got Coyote stock coming up next. That will be an interesting one as Chad Stevens, currently your number 1 qualifier, 977.4. Ed Bennett in the 2 spot, 978.1, 136. Now, Frank Baltanis ran the exact same ET down to the 1,000th as Ed Bennett. But again, the first tiebreaker is whoever had the faster mile an hour. Well, in this case, it was Ed Bennett by over 5 miles an hour. But if they both run the same ET and then the exact same mile per hour, the second and final tiebreaker is whoever ran it first. So again, Coyote stock coming up next. Again, the Cobra Jets. Cobra Jet Showdown, unit delays, please. Cobra Jet Showdown to the stage lanes, please. Let's go. County stock. Vincent Dastra and Chad Stevens. Stevens, your number one qualifier. 977.4, 133. And Vincent Dastra, 984.9, 136. Girl on the 5 spot. GT 500 Unlimited for your second qualifier to the stage lanes, please. GT 500 Unlimited. Stage lanes, please. Here we go. Can Chad Stevens improve in the number one qualifying spot? Top end, quarter mile. Yes, 976, 140 for Chad Stevens. Improves on that number one spot. Got the fastest, he's the fastest car nearly over 4 miles an hour. There you go. He's knocking on the door of the speed record. My goodness. Tim Matherly and Ed Bennett. You everybody know the speed record, 140.97. Held by Charlie Booth. Vince Dasher got the ET record right now at 968 with a 3. Top end quarter mile. 984, 136. Ed Bennett, 980 with a 6. 136. Ed will stay number 2. Matherly goes number 5. As Frank Paul Tanis on the solo, would love to break the tie. He's got right now with Ed Bennett. There goes Frank. Making a charge. Top end. 10:06, 136 there for Frank Paul Tanis. John Leslie Jr., Shifton Shane Stavis. Shane currently in the 4th spot. John Leslie Jr., number 10, 979.5, 136 for Stavis. Leslie, 997.4, 135. Both drivers improving a little bit from their Q1 time earlier today. Jacob Lamb and Trip Carter. Jacob Lamb out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Trip Carter from Rossville, Tennessee. And Trip Carter, I believe, left before the tree came down and will not get a time. 988, 135 for Jacob Lamb. Big improvement. That'll put him in the number 6 or 7 spot. Drops Trip Carter down to number 8. Jason Deach, left side, 12th at a 10:01. Tim Donovan in the 9 spot, 993. For that 78 Fairmont out of Zionsville, Indiana. Jason Deach from Edgerton, Ohio. Final call for GT500 Unlimited. First call for GT500 Street. To the lanes for your second qualifying session, please. Final call for GT500 Unlimited. First call for GT500 Street in the staging lanes for qualifying session number 2. There they go. $990, 134 to a 996, 135. Both drivers picking up a little bit from Q1 earlier today. As Randy Sober and Sean Olson. So here we go. Sober and Olson. Red light rating Sober. Top end. 995, 134 to 1080, 114. All right, attention, once again, True Street, the good folks at Circles D Specialties, Torque Storm Superchargers, True Street to lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. True Street, lanes 11 and 12 on the summit side of the racetrack. Claire. Top end quarter mile, Claire Stewart. 944 on 140 miles per hour. Trombley. Paul Rodnick. This is Cobra Jet. Top end. 980-102 there for Steve Trombley. 995-102 for Paul Rodnick. Again, True Street. Circle D Specialties, Torque Storm Supercharged True Street. Time trial to lanes 11 and 12 on the Summit side of the racetrack. As Paul Rittenauer and Tony Jarvis are next to. Top end Tony Jarvis, 889, 127 miles per hour. Dennis Hilliard, Richard Rogers, top end, 906, 149 for Dennis Hilliard, Richard Rogers, 913.5. Paul Svinicki, Ed Brown. Ed Brown, right hand side, Mineral Ohio, the top end is Cobra Jet 874, 155. Paul Svinicki, 945, 8 at 139 miles per hour. Here we go. Robert Warden on a solo. There's a Lopez, Melanie Cox. So here we go, Joseph Lopez, Melanie Cox. Red light start for Joseph Lopez. And one thing, folks, I want to wish congratulations to everyone here at Summit Motorsports Park. The 60th year anniversary here for Summit Motorsports Park, 60 years. And I'll tell you what, and still going strong from day one. There, Thomas Brown, David Garten. Top of the racetrack, 899, 147 to a 1094, 120 for $1094, 120 there for David Garten. Jack Zebik Sr., Rolando Garcia. Again, True Street, Circle D Specialties, Torque Storm, Supercharged, True Street. You have been called for a time trial. And again, folks, like we were talking about, 60 years here at Summit Motorsports Park, America's racetrack. And like we said, they got a lot of big events coming up like next weekend. On Wednesday, June 14th, they have a Test and Tune. On Friday, Test 2, and the Edelbrock Super Series on June 17th. Now, June 22nd to the 25th is the 17th annual Summer Race Equipment NHRA Nationals right here. And, of course, the Ames Performance Pontiac National, July 21st through the 23rd. The 22nd annual Lingenfelder Performance Blue Suede Cruise presented by Cometic Gasket on July 28th through the 30th. Now, one event I would love to attend to, the 46th Annual Cornwall Tools Night Under Fire, August the 5th, right here in Norwalk. See some of the cars started the NHRA in a packed event. Lots of great stuff happening. Of course, the NMCA will be here for the All-American Nationals on August 25th through 27th. And for the Dragon Racers, the 31st Annual Rocco Machine 40 Grand Nationals, presented by Hughes Performance, September 1st through the 3rd. And on October 7th through the 15th, one of the most legendary events in drag racing. Not just here at Summit Motorsports Park, but in drag racing. If you mention the name Summit Motorsports Park or Norwalk Raceway Park, its former name, there's one event that comes to mind. That's the 50th annual. That's the 50th annual, the Trans-Tech Halloween Classic 50, presented by Harlan Sharp. October 7th through the 15th. Go to summitmotorsportspark.com for all of the event information. We hope to see you here at Norwalk. Top 843, 164 to 982. 133, that's Brent Calvert and Hayden Bean. Headline start for George Wright, Rusty Hall. On the left side, top end. 1048 to a 1072. As our next pair will be Jason Dietz. Jason Dietz, Trailer Sales, Edgerton, Ohio. The 2004 Cobra Jet Mustang. Once again, True Street, Circle D Solutions, Torque Storm Supercharged True Streets coming to lanes 11 and 12 over there on the Summit side of the racetrack. A lot of cars in line there. Double 3 rack time there for Jason Dietz. At the top end of the quarter mile, 911 and 140 miles per hour. It's a good solid run there for Jason. And that will bring us to GT 500 Unlimited, their second session of qualifying. Billy Franklin, Jeff Taylor. Jeff for number one qualifier. 942.7 gets a 910 index. 944 slowed down at 150 miles per hour. 150 miles. 111.04, 150 there for Billy Franklin. You're about 30 minutes away or so from the Sticker Dude party located. It's right there at the same spot the NMRA pre-party was. So we'll end one party, start the next one right after it. So come out and join us. Everyone is more than welcome to attend. As our next pair comes up, it'll be Chad Mullins and Jamie Holcomb. So a lot of anniversaries going on. We get 25th anniversary season for NMRA. The Celine reunion. And of course, 60th anniversary year of here at Summit Motorsports Park. Problems there for Chad Mullins. It does not look like he is under power. He may be coming to a stop. Went through the finish line only 27 miles an hour, and car's still moving. Up, found a gear. There he goes. Either he found the gas pedal or found the right gear. Maybe a combination of both. Pedro Porto out of Pelham, New Hampshire. True Street drivers, load up, please. True Street drivers, please get in your cars. True Street drivers, please get in your cars. If you haven't done so already, True Street drivers, please get in your cars. Thank you. David Bishop, George Tisdale. Oh, 08 to a 1052. $10.19 to $10.59 for Dylan Royer and Ron Martin here in GT 500 Street. Hayden Bozich goes to 11:27. Jeff Mays goes 10:03. And well, I do got some good news for Carl Tasca. Bob's currently number one at Bristol. 4:03.324. So we have one pulling over Alan Sharp over the left-hand side, maybe coming to a stop. Still moving down there and still going. And Alan, you can come to a stop. We will come assist you if need be. He's still going. He said, I can get there. I can get there. He got there. 37, 17, and 38 miles per hour. By the way, Wade, that was True Street. All right, so we are going to be on hold here as Alan Sharp did come to a stop just after the quarter-mile finish line. So you see the NMRA safety crew, and along with assistant starter John, going to come give him some assistance. Now we're being told a broken throttle cable. Out of Thornburg, Randleman, North Carolina. They're going to car 171 here in the Circle D Specialties Torque Storm Superchargers True Street. Chris DeRosa, Eric McNutt. Top of the racetrack for Chris DeRosa, $9.95. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Saturday schedule, just been told, is posted at the NMRA registration trailer. There goes Mike Javanis, 788-182 for Mike Javanis. So again, folks, attention all racers, the Saturday schedule is posted at the NMRA registration trailer. However, there are a couple of changes. For all of our index racers, instead of Q4 tomorrow, you'll be running round 1 in place of Q4 tomorrow. So in place of Q4 tomorrow for all index classes, it'll be round 1 eliminations. And for all heads-up classes, you will run round 1 tomorrow evening after your 4th session of qualifying. So pretty much in a nutshell, everyone is running round 1 tomorrow. Once again, just to repeat, the tomorrow's schedule is now posted at the NMRA registration trailer, and it will be on Facebook very shortly. There are a couple of changes to tomorrow's schedule. Index cars, you'll be running round number 1 tomorrow afternoon in place of Q4. And all heads-up classes, you will run your round number 1 of eliminations after your 4th and final qualifying session tomorrow evening. Junior Street to the lanes, please. Junior Street to the lanes, and also all 3 brackets 3, 2, and 1. Need you to stage the lanes, please. And actually, I'm just been told that this tomorrow's schedule has just been posted on the Facebook page. Thank you, Mary. So again, tomorrow's schedule is now posted at the NMRA registration trailer. And if you go to the NMRA Facebook page, you will see tomorrow's full schedule. We got a full lineup for you tomorrow, full bracket eliminations, and we're going to have round 1 of all NMRA classes tomorrow. And Junior Street to the stage lanes, please, as well as bracket 3, bracket 2, and bracket 1 to the stage lanes, please. Stop betting here right in the middle of the Circle D Specialties, and Tour Storm Superchargers. Sure Street again, ladies and gentlemen, just to repeat, tomorrow's schedule is posted right now at the NMRA registration trailer, and it is posted right now on the NMRA Facebook page. And like I said, there are a couple of changes for tomorrow. For all of our index classes, instead of Q4, all index classes will run round 1 tomorrow. And for our heads-up classes, you will run your first round of eliminations after your Q4. So basically, in a nutshell, everybody is running round 1 of eliminations tomorrow. Hey, right here in the True Street category. Definitely appreciate everybody coming out here to the Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming, the 25th anniversary season for the NMRA. Rob's there for the right-hand side, getting going. There we go, finds the gear. And also the 60th anniversary year for Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. There you are. All right, so that's interesting. Neither car will get a time as they both left before the tree. I-53 left side, Scott Triolo and Thomas Van Tassel. Lafayette, New Jersey, a New Jersey State Trooper. Top of the racetrack, 1034, 132, 1098, 126. for Scott Triolo. Both of these guys out of Jersey. Jason Sieg, Mike Pretty. $13.78 to $12.44. Still moving right along here in the Circle D Specialties Short Storm Superchargers True Street. Again, tomorrow's schedule is posted on the NMRA and the NMRA registration trailer and the NMRA Facebook page. So you can again check out tomorrow's schedule. Again, there have been a few changes. As we mentioned, as tomorrow morning we will start on track at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. NMRA Open Comp will start us off tomorrow morning for their third and final session of qualifying tomorrow at 9 a.m. And all heads of class, the heads of class will have 2 rounds qualified tomorrow, as well as their round 1 of eliminations. And the index classes will have round 1 tomorrow as well. Brooke Bishop, you are needed to race control, please. Brooke Bishop, you are needed to race control. We need to speak with you. And Brooke Bishop, please come to race control on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. We need to speak with you real quick. So John Turnley left side of Norwalk, Ohio, and car 172 on the right side. So here we go. Again, tomorrow, like I said, tomorrow's schedule is posted on the NMRA Facebook page, and it is posted at the NMRA registration trailers. Turnley goes 11:58, 118 miles per hour. So Procopio Cusimana out of Monroe, Michigan, right side. Again, if we could please have Brooke Bishop please come to the tower to race control, please. Brooke Bishop, please come to race control at the top of the grandstands on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. As 14:08 for the right side, Procopio goes 14:97. As William McKinney, Youngstown, Ohio, and Patrick Cawthon on the right side at Chagrin Falls, Ohio. A little smoke coming out of the right-hand side. Gonna try to catch him. Did catch him. Passed him. Gets there. 12:19, 128 to a 14:64 at 92 miles per hour. I-26, 107. Lydio Agabella goes 9:26, 107. And I believe that will maybe one more car here for True Street. That's here Junior Street, Jaden Deach. Again, the Junior Street for ages 13 to 16. They do have a co-driver, a licensed co-driver sitting in the passenger seat. Allows teenagers to compete in full-size race cars with a co-driver in the passenger seat on the 8th mile, top end. 9:51 at 76 miles per hour for Jaden Deach. But again, if we could have Brooke Bishop from Garrett, Indiana, please come to the top of the grandstands on the right-hand side of the racetrack to race control. As Hayden Roby, St. Mary's, Ohio, on the 2023 Ford F-350. Stacy Roby sitting alongside. 1974 and 1173 right in the middle. Bracket 3, that was Danny Toe in the Harlan Sharp Mustang, the multi-time NMRA world champion. Keith Mills, Collins, Ohio, left side sheet metal worker. Mike Imhoff at Polk, Ohio. Red light start for Keith Mills. Top at 1161, 116 for Mike. 1289, 103 for Keith Mills. Jeff Kane, Cape Coral, Florida. Steve Fleming at Willington, Ohio. And 1955 Ford F100, 1320, 77 miles per hour for Jeff Kincaid. And Steve Fleming, 1897 at 67 miles per hour. Again, we are still looking for Brooke Bishop from Garrett, Indiana. Please come to race control. Brooke Bishop from Garrett, Indiana. Please come to the top of the grandstand here in the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack. We need to speak with you just real quick. And Flanagan on the left-hand side out of Baltimore, Ohio. Likes a little Debbie snack cakes, apparently. Then who doesn't? All right, folks, the Sticker Dude party has kicked off, so come on down and join us there in the white tent in the manufacturer's midway. And also, we have a racer in need. They need a Ford 9-inch small pinion bearing. If you got one, the Stevens guys, they need one. And if you got one, let us know up here at Race Control. We'll send you their direction. They need a Ford 9-inch small pinion bearing. If you got one, let us know up here in Race Control, and we'll see if we can help them out. And to the folks that turned in the wall, Brooks says, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you some more. There you go. That's so there are definitely some the great folks out there in the world. They are. So Mark McDonald out of Egmontville, Ontario, Canada, and Aaron Toole in Sandusky, Ohio. So top end at 645 to 663 again. The bracket 2s and bracket 1s will run on the 8th mile here this weekend. And I'll tell you what, the Sticker Dude Party, NMRA Reunion Party has kicked off. Former and current NMRA Series racers, champions, supporters are down there. We got Johnny Lightning, right next to Johnny Lightning displayed down in the big white tent, and you cannot miss. They got some NMRA legends, some past, present, and future stars of the NMRA are down there. So please come check us out. The 107.36 is Nick Sheckelhoff and Bob Thompson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been told that the summit gate will be closing in 20 minutes at 7:30. The gate on the summit side of the racetrack will be closing at 7:30 in 20 minutes. Also, the gate on the Ohio Cat side of the racetrack, on the pro side of the racetrack, that will be your entrance and exit point for the rest of the evening. We get fun runs to lanes 11 and 12, please. Fun runs to lanes 11 and 12. Fun runs, lanes 11 and 12. Let's go get ARP Open Comp for your second qualifying session to the lanes, please. ARP Open Comp to the stage lanes for your second session of qualifying, and also fun runs, lanes 11 and 12 at this time, please, on the summit side of the racetrack. There's Greg Kish and Camden Groves. Oh, Greg Kish, 002 in the reaction time. Top end. Wade, turn around. 6:03 to 8:48. To 8:48. Once again, ARP Open Comp, second qualifying session, stage and lanes, as well as fun runs. Need you to the stage and lanes as well. Top end 652, 105 to 758, 91 miles per hour. Here we are. This Friday, early Friday evening here in Norwalk, Ohio. On 754, taking on 3M27. 6'3" to 6'10". $541 to $641 for Rod Peck in car B349. Here we go. Top of the racetrack, 602 for Greg Myers. Rick McPeak at Lexington, Tennessee goes 767.6. Again, the Sticker Dude party going on right now out there in the manufactured midway to the Big White Tent. Like I said, got some past, present, future stars of NMRA drivers that were here, have been here since day one. Drivers from the past, present, and a lot of big names here. So make sure you come out and check us out down there. The Sticker Dude party. Gary Varney and car 83, 81 to 31. Red light start for Gary Varney. Top end 554, 124 miles per hour, 633 with a 6 of 108. Again, fun runs, lanes 11 and 12, please. Fun runs, lanes 11 and 12. Fun runs, lanes 11 and 12, please. And also, ARP Open Comp for your second qualifying session to the staging lanes, please. As our next pair, Judd Phillips and car 1964. HP Tuners Super Stang to the lanes, please. HP Tuners Super Stang to the lanes, please. Your second qualifying session. HP Tuners Super Stang. Stay to the lanes, please. There goes right inside. Red light start, but look at him go. Top of the racetrack. 534 and 144 miles per hour. Pulling the chutes. Down there, 568, 118. For the Judd Phillips Pinto, it's Chris Chekhov out of Ohio, the 98 Mustang GT. We'll have our fun runs coming up here. $668, $104. Damian Stevens, go see Kelly Shotwell. Damian Stevens, please go see Kelly Shotwell. Damian Stevens, please go see Kelly Shotwell. Given Kelly's got what you need. And HP Tuners Super Stang to the lanes, please. HP Tuners Super Stang to the lanes, please, for Q2. CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning to the lanes, please. CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning for your second qualifying session to the lanes, please. CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning. Stage lanes, please. Touch of the race service. Then we got ARP Open Comp for their second qualifying session coming up. Again, CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning need you to the stage lanes, please. CJ Pony Parts, Truck and Lightning need you to the stage lanes, please.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve-train part worthy of the winner's circle.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters.
Winning doesn't just happen. You have to engineer it. You have to test it and make it better than it was the last time. Our engineers have the passion to create the parts you need, the way you need them to be, again and again and again. We've led this game for over 40 years, and we design, refine, and perfect every valve-train part worthy of the winner's circle.
It's all about feel. And this car, I love this car, but not when it hesitates. So I was looking for better performance. That's why I went with an Edelbrock AVS2 carburetor. No hesitation. the Edelbrock warranty. Great throttle response. Now when I punch it, it moves. Edelbrock, charge forward.
Larry Gaddis in the 2 spot, 002, Elmer Long, 003, Cameron Bowles, Greg Bagnall, 007. As we'll see what we get here. Top end, 941.39 to a 1181, 94 miles per hour. It's Terry Handel and John M. Pickering. Red line start for Terry Handel. $891.24 for John. $1196, 89 miles per hour for Terry Handel. .967 there for David Woodside. James Johnson Jr. 974, 123 miles per hour. Braden Creamer, John Russell. I start with John Russell. Top of the racetrack for John, 10:14, 97 miles per hour, 11:10 to 102 for Braden Creamer. I'm off and John Gamble Sr. Ben 10:02, 123, 11:00. John H. Pickering and Michael Olenchek. Top end of the racetrack. Pickering with a red light start, 9:16, 130 to a 10:64, 124.56 miles per hour. Larry Gaddis, Ray Williams Sr. is Ray Williams Sr., 111 reaction time, and that Ford F-350 Larry, 1147 at 91 miles per hour. And Ray Williams, he'll get there, 1605 at 70.26 miles per hour. Shanklin out of Ohio, and Kurt Neighbor, Macedonia, Ohio. Top at 9:41.14 for Kurt Neighbor. Shanklin goes 11:07.120. Xfinity Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the lanes, please. Your second session of qualifying. Xfinity Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the stage lanes, please, for your second session of qualifying. .902 for Jason Deeds, 146 Ronnie Hayslip, double one reaction time, slide of the two spot, 904 150. Top end, 10:15, 103 miles per hour for Brent Blacker, Cliff Cree, Dover, Ohio, 10:70, 125. So next pair up, Randy Crowley and Dana Tabay. So again, the Summit Side gate is now closed. So if you need to enter or exit the facility for the rest of the evening, you must use the Ohio Cat Side gate here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. At the top end, 894 152 to a 1091 122. Again, Xfinity Racing Club Modular Muscle to the lanes, please. Junior McKenzie, Mike Winters. No 28 live for Junior McKenzie. Mike Winters goes 009. Junior, 977 116. Mike Winters, 1017 at 131.93. Final pair. ARP Omegam, Ashley Lang and Saul Walker II. Ashley out of South Rockwood, Michigan. Walker II, police officer out of Atco, New Jersey. Red light there for Ashley. Sounds like Sella Walker got on and off the throttle. And Walker on the top of the racetrack goes at 9:13, 147 with 10:48 at 124. $10.81 for Chris Rudd. Dale Aldridge goes 11.54 here in HP Tuner Super Stang. $11.43, 121 to 12.16, 113. It's Robert Marshall and Kevin McKenna. Red light for Robert. Kevin. 95 reaction time for the points leader at Avon, Ohio. 11:07, 127 to 13:88, 105. Again, folks, just to repeat, tomorrow's schedule is posted on the NMRA Facebook page as well as the side of the NMRA registration trailer. So again, let's repeat, the tomorrow's schedule is posted on the NMRA Facebook page as well as the side of the registration trailer. For all of our index classes, you will run Q3 in the morning as scheduled, as was originally scheduled. Your Q4 for the index classes, that has been canceled and replaced with round 1 of elimination. So for your index classes, you will get your third qualifying session in the morning as was scheduled. However, that third qualifier will be your last qualifying session, and as Q4 for the index cars has been canceled and replaced with round 1 eliminations. Now, our heads-up cars, you're going to run Q3 and Q4 as well as round 1 of eliminations tomorrow. That's for our heads-up cars. It's Marvin Nag and David Mormon. Ready to go? Stop in. 12:35 to 12:76. Actually, dude, I believe that's David Mormon, but Andy Ransford, Mike Moisner. A range for Mike Moist, top of the racetrack, 1330, 100 miles per hour to 1449, 98.33. I start for Ray Sleepy Williams in the 2012 Mustang GT. Top and quarter mile goes 1197, 117.79 miles per hour. And that'll be it for the Super Stang at the CJ Pony Bars Truck and Lightning here. The side, Gregory Collins. I start Gregory Collins. Ford Muscle to the lanes, please. Ford Muscle for your second qualifier to the lanes, please. Ford Muscle to the lanes, please, for your second qualifying session. Again, Ford Muscle has been called to the staging lanes for Q2. Report 1198. Let's go ahead and get Tremec, all-female True Street to the lanes, please. Tremec, all-female True Street to the lanes, please. Tremec, all-female True Street in the lanes, please. 1037, 110 to a 1283 for Tim Jacobson. Randy Conway, right side, former multi-time Truck and Lightning champ. All right, we are going to be on hold here for a moment as waiting to hear from our safety crew. Looks like we are almost good to go. Down in the front of the racetrack, waiting to be all clear from the safety crew. Again, NMRA Chief Starter Bob Ferry just waiting to get the all clear from the safety crew, and then we will resume last truck here in CJ Pody Parts Truck and Lightning. All right, looks like we're good to go. Up at 977, 112.21. Now we'll go into X-City Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. So once again, folks, we got, looking at my sheet here, we got Modular Muscle, X-City Racing Clutch Modular Muscle, Ford Muscle, then Tremec, all-female True Street, and then that'll put a cap on day two, first qualifying day here for the Big Tom Tires Wheels NMRA Ford Homecoming here at Summit Motorsports Park, for the 25th anniversary Holly NMRA Ford National Series Tour. And again, folks, the schedule for tomorrow has been posted on the side of the NMRA registration trailer and on the NMRA Facebook page. And there have been a couple of changes made, or a couple audibles called, if you will. The main couple ones are for all of the index classes. You will run your third qualifying session tomorrow as originally scheduled. However, the fourth qualifying session for index that has been canceled and replaced with round one of eliminations. Now, the heads-up classes, you will receive your Q3 and Q4 runs tomorrow morning, as well as round one of eliminations for you. So it's going to be a busy, busy day tomorrow for all of our NMRA championship classes. And of course, if anything further changes, we of course will let you know on the NMRA Facebook page as well as the PA here at Summit Motorsports Park, 88.5 on your FM radio dial. As Adam Cox and Johnny Rush. Johnny at Chicora, Pennsylvania. Adam Rush from Fisherville, Kentucky. .1047, 100 miles per hour, 11:10, 121. Lee Blankenship and Susan Ross McClanahan. Again, Tremec, all-female True Street. You have been called to the lanes for time trial, and they will be the last category of the evening. Chris Hammond, James Meredith. By 50 with a perfect light. Peter Blosser right side with a red light start. Mike Reed, Gary Parker. Redondo 1009 here. As we got X-Race Club we're going into Ford Muscle now with Chad Newenswater and John Butskill. And then we'll have the final class of the night will be the Tremec all-female True Street, and that'll be it for the day here at Summit Motorsports Park. What a great day it's been. We saw some great racing. We're going to have lots more for you tomorrow, and call a couple audibles on the schedule for tomorrow. Again, for all of the index classes, you will run your Q3 tomorrow morning as scheduled. However, your fourth qualifier has been canceled and replaced with round one eliminations for the index classes. Now, the heads-up class, you will run your Q3 and your Q4 tomorrow scheduled, but you will also have round one of eliminations tomorrow, some point tomorrow afternoon. So we will keep you posted if anything further does change. $11.97, 117 to 13.12, 82 miles per hour. Anthony Yeager and Connor Fahey. Server Bob Cosby. And 26 or 10, 1341. Go. $11.72 to $12.88. Here's 10.325 and Kevin Boogeyman Sanders. It's 11.82 to 12.63. As next up, be a right lane single for Gary Bates. All right, here we go. Final class of the night. Tremec all-female True Street. Stacy Jelenic and Maddie Aspute. Of course, we all know Pete Aspute, the mayor of Gambros, Maryland. So there we go, Stacy and Maddie. Not very active time went to Maddie. Top end. 12:06, 112 to 12:29, 114. Or Chaffee in car 31. Neil Post left side, Katrina Sharp on the right. There's Katrina. Here comes Danielle Post. Danielle got to try to chase her down. She could, she might, she did. Top end. There you go. Good solid run again, folks. Just to repeat one more time. Tomorrow's schedule is posted on the NMRA Facebook page and on the side of the trailer, on the registration trailer. The the index cars, you will get your Q3 tomorrow as scheduled. The biggest change with index cars tomorrow is your Q4 has been canceled and replaced with round number 1 of eliminations for the index cars. For all of our heads-up cars, you'll get your Q3 and your Q4 as scheduled, in addition to round 1 of eliminations tomorrow. Again, the full schedule is available on the NMRA Facebook page and the side of the NMRA registration trailer, and of course, we will keep you posted if anything else changes throughout the day tomorrow. Again, Friday evening here at Summit Motorsports Park, Norwalk, Ohio. Sun's starting to set on the Summit side of the racetrack. There they go. Wow. Wow. That is the happiest I've ever seen somebody in a True Street run. Wow. Is that the quickest she's ever been in that car? I take it that it is quickest she's ever been in that car. I'm up here. Right side of the racetrack. Yep, thank you. All right. And top of the racetrack. All right, next pair, staging it up. We're going again. Andrew Woolard and Lauren Stoney. Here we go. So next pair here, Sabrina Wright in car 321. All right. All right, folks, this is your last pair of the night. Sabrina Wright, 1267, and right-hand side, 1712. Again, we're on track tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Final qualifying for Index cars. Gates open at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, so we will see you all in the morning. Thank you all for coming out to Summit Motorsports Park and making times and tires and wheels. NMRA Ford Homecoming. Drive home safe wherever you're headed tonight. We'll see you all in the morning. Let's rock and roll. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for today's festivities. Again, we thank you all so much for coming out here to Summit Motorsports Park here in Norwalk, Ohio. Again, gates open tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We're on track at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with final Index qualifying.